Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Kumar will be the chaplain of the day. Representative Kumar.
Matthew 18:20 reads, "For wherever two or more gather in my name, there am I with them." In 1796, when our state was founded, 227 years ago, Christ was there. 227 years from now, Christ will be there. Above all, he is here today. Let us open our hearts. Mr. Speaker, members and staff, and honored guests, please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we come to you with thanks and prayers. We thank you for the gifts of life and liberty, love and family, and the amazing creation of yours that we call our universe. We thank you for the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, and the earth that we walk upon. We thank you for the seed that we sow and the fruit that we harvest. We thank you for the great gift that is America and her goodness. Despite these great blessings and many, many more, O Lord, we have not learned to love each other. Ours is a troubled world. We have failed to realize the futility of war. We have failed to realize the harm it does to your children. We live in a divided world, O Lord. Sadly, we also live in a divided nation and a divided society. Our hearts are heavy from tragedy in our community and other similar events in our nation. We know that America will stop being great when America stops being good. We ask for your presence among us and in our hearts. For our foolishness, we seek your wisdom. For our weakness, we seek your strength. For our wandering, we seek your direction. For our failures, O Lord, we seek your guidance. You are our light in ages past, our hope in years to last, our shelter in the stormy blast, our eternal home. This we pray in the name of your holy Son. Amen.
Representative Kumar will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and for the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 88 members present.
Let journal reflect. Representative Alexander and Terry are excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honoring Representative Russell. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the Sergeant at Arms to escort the guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk to read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 475 by Chairman Russell, a resolution to honor THP Capitol Protection Unit officers Sergeant Denny Mitchell and Sergeant Adam Simpkins for their heroism. Whereas it is fitting that we honor those individuals who, during the course of their duties, endeavor to protect the lives of their fellow citizens, braving great dangers and putting themselves at risk to save others. And whereas Tennessee Highway Patrol Capitol Protection Unit, Sergeant Denny Mitchell, Sergeant Adam Simpkins were truly heroic in their response to an emergency situation on the afternoon of February 28, 2023, ultimately saving the life of a man in peril. And whereas the CPU was alerted to the presence of a man on the outer edge of the James Robertson Parkway Bridge in Nashville at approximately 2:40 p.m., and CPU Sergeant Mitchell and Sergeant Simpkins immediately responded to the call. And whereas Sergeant Mitchell gave the man a hug and assured him that everything would be okay, and both troopers comforted the man and kept him secure until Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and Nashville Fire Department units responded to assist. And whereas Sergeant Mitchell and Sergeant Simpkins drew upon their training for assisting with mental health crisis calls in order to bring the man to safety, and whereas their quick thinking and compassionate action were invaluable in helping to de-escalate and bring about a positive outcome in potentially deadly situation, and whereas it is wholly fitting that we recognize Sergeant Denny Mitchell and Sergeant Adam Simpkins for their exceptional act of heroism at this time, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we commend THP Capitol Protection Unit Sergeant Denny Mitchell and Sergeant Adam Simpkins for their act of heroism on February 28, 2023, commending their service to the citizens of Tennessee and extending our best wishes for continuing success in all their future endeavors.
Representative Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to thank each of you for signing on to this resolution. Almost every day we see Sergeant Mitchell and Trooper Simpkins as they protect us in this beautiful Capitol. They put their lives on the line each day to protect others. Today we honor them for the heroic and quick actions that save the life of their fellow man. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to recognize Sergeant Mitchell and Trooper Simpkins for comments.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all for recognizing us. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. That day worked out. It was a blessing. Myself and Sergeant Mitchell were able to respond and help that young man. Hopefully he got the assistance that he needed, and it definitely changed my life that day. It made me feel great about what we do every day. So.
Representative Russell, you're recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, would you join us and these two great sergeants down here in the well for a picture, and anybody else that would like to come up?
We're under welcoming and honoring Representative Warner. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, members. I have two guests with me today, one being William Kwan here in the back from Marshall County, and his mother, Julie Kwan, is up in the gallery. Please make them feel welcome.
Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman of the Veterans Caucus, members, at this time I'd like to recognize the military veterans who serve in this House of Representatives. Representative Beck, Boyd, Butler, Camper, Fritz, Glenn, Curtis Johnson, Moon, Parkinson, Reagan, myself, Ritchie, Thompson, Whitson, and Wright. Let's show our appreciation.
Representative Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a special guest with me today as well. He is visiting out here from Scottsdale, Arizona, here with the Army Aviation Association of America, preparing for their trade show next week. And he is a retired Army Master Sergeant. Please make welcome my little brother, Clay Eldridge.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome, as I feel like I've done every day, the men and women from the group Voices for a Safer Tennessee that are here again today. And I want to point out a sign that's up there. It says, they're not going away. And they're not going to go away. They're going to keep fighting until we do something. So thank you for being here.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Representative Freeman. Welcoming the Voices for a Safer Tennessee, also Moms Demand Action, who I know are watching, and some names of folks, Elizabeth and Sam and Leah and Anna, who's been here just about every day too, advocating that we do something to end the gun violence epidemic in our state and want to see us take action. Thank you for fighting.
Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like members to recognize members of the Chattanooga Firefighters Association, Local 820, who serve our community so valiantly, and welcome them up on the left. Thank you.
Representative Hicks of Hawkins. Oh, sorry, Washington. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for everybody to make welcome my one and only son, Mr. Kyle Hicks, in the back of the room. And I want to thank him for doing all the hard work that he does while I'm down here fighting for my constituents. So thank you very much.
Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It was 4 years ago today that my mom passed away. And every year I would want to say something and I would start crying. I think Johnny Garrett thought something bad had happened to me last year. But I just wanted to take just a moment to honor her. And she loved her family fiercely. She loved her country. She was born in 1921, so grew up during the Depression, World War II, you know, that generation. And she taught me resilience because of what all they had gone through. I had a brother and an older sister, and I had her only grandchildren, so I'm her favorite. But she moved to Nashville back in the 80s, and she worked for South Central Bell at the time. And she was that generation. They went to work when they were sick. And so that was on 2nd Avenue. So she moved over here to Capitol Towers because she was going to walk to work every day. My dad passed away when I was in the 9th grade. That's why she went back to work. And so I can't tell you how many pictures we had right here underneath on that hill at the Capitol doing picnics. And I had 3 boys, so we would bring them over here and make them run up and down that hill till they were worn out. And it's funny now, because this was not even in my head that I would be here. And so it's just bittersweet that every day I get to see where she lived, where we played, and then get to be here. And I just want to encourage you. She did have dementia, Alzheimer's in the end. And get to know your parents and your grandparents, spend time with them, because so many things, while it was kind of sad, some of it was funny. She loved reading. She loved the news and the politics. And so one day when I went to see her, she asked me, she said, do you see that man across the hall? She was in a nursing care facility in her last days. And I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, he's going to be our next president. And I tried not to laugh. And I said, well, how do you know? And she said, well, he gave a speech. And I said, well, what did he say? And she goes, well, I can't remember, but if you heard it, you'd vote for him. So, but I knew that was a love of her life that'd be interested. So it's important why I say, listen to your family members, even if they tell you the stories over and over, because I hope they don't go through the Alzheimer's thing, but things will make sense. You'll know why they're talking about it in a different way. And so I love her. I miss her very much. And thank you all for indulging me to get to honor her name here today. Thank you. God bless you all.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a precious little blonde, curly-haired, blue-eyed little granddaughter that's going to be 5 this weekend, Olivia Scarlett Carringer, and I just want to wish her a happy birthday and to let her know how much she has blessed her, Paulie, and I. So we love you, Olivia. Happy birthday.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to honor the memory of my Aunt Kleina Bowling. She'll be laid to rest today in the Annandale Cemetery up in Sunbright, Tennessee. She invested greatly in me, and I just wanted her name to be spoken here. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a little granddaughter, Charlotte Grace, and she will be 10 years old next week, and hopefully we will not be here. So I'm saying happy birthday, Charlotte Grace, today, and many more.
Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to pay a little tribute to a young man that was killed just a few blocks from here, if y'all could stand with me. This young man wasn't but 24 years old. His name was Kyle Yorlitz. He was a young musician, Belmont graduate, lead singer of the band Carverton. Want to pay tribute to his dad, Larry, his mom, Deb, his sister, Mackenzie, and Melissa, and his brother, Jonathan. He was shot and killed with a stolen gun from a truck. 5 teenagers were found guilty. Members, the fiscal implications of that deadly shooting is at least $1 million in just one case with Kyle Yorlitz. If I could just say a prayer for him, Mr. Speaker. Lord, just bless this General Assembly. Give us wisdom and discernment for the problems that we face today. Give us common sense for effective legislation that could help curb the violence that we're seeing across our state, that we're seeing in Laverne, Smyrna, Murfreesboro, Nashville, and Memphis. And Lord, let us not ever forget the memory of Kyle Yorlitz, who had such a great life ahead of him that was sadly taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome and honoring. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing in light of that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration, Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions and memorials, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of consent calendar 2 from the 20th and consent calendar 1 from today on third and final consideration in keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of consent calendar, probably second. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed, but for clarity, that is House consent calendar 2 dated Thursday, April 20th, and House consent calendar 1 dated Friday, April 21st.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Leader Camper at Representative Chisholm's desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on item 6 on consent calendar 2,
okay.
I'm asking that all Veterans Caucus members be added as co-prime sponsors after conferring with the chairman of the Veterans Caucus and the leader.
Without objection, exclusion is duly noted. Representative Parkinson at Representative Chisholm's desk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which consent calendar we're on, but I think if
we're on both, I think. Actually,
I think on number 1, I think is there a Parkinson listed on number 1? I can't see it.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the representative is talking about item 1 on House consent calendar 2, HR 90.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You read my mind. Mr. Speaker and Mr. Clerk, after conferring with both leaders of Shelby County delegation can be listed as co-prime sponsors, and all those voting in the affirmative, if they're okay, would it be listed as sponsors also?
Without objection, exclusion is duly noted. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Rudder, aye. Let the journal reflect Representative Jernigan's excused. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Okay, Mr. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar from yesterday, dated Thursday, April 20th, 2023. The next item on that calendar is item 35, House Bill 779 by Representative Haynes, relative to health professions.
Chair Lady Haynes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 296.
Chair Lady Haynes moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 296, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill on third and final consideration 296.
Chair Lady Haynes moves passage of Senate Bill 296 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Haynes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there's no statutory time frame that requires the Health Licensure Board to issue a license. This bill establishes the time frame for medical examiners, osteopathic examination, nursing, physician's assistants, which is 45 days, and establishes the time frame for Board of Alcohol and Drug Abuse Counselors, which is 60 days. And that with Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 296 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 296 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most for serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1362 by Chairman Farmer, relative to sports. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 475.
Chairman Farmer moves substitute and form Senate Bill 475, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 475 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage of Senate Bill 475 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll defer amendment number 1. We'll defer to the chairman for further explanation. I think we move to withdraw. Thank you. No,
adopt.
move to adopt. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, a few years ago, we passed the ability for us to place wagers online here in Tennessee. We created a sports wagering advisory council. What this bill does, it does a few cleanup things, like, for example, removes the words advisory from the council because they're really no longer in an advisory position. So it's cleanup in that way, and then it does a couple of makes a couple material changes regarding the way taxes are collected and the amount of those taxes. We're changing the tax structure to just be a 1.85% handle fee on gross revenues coming in for the handle, and that's the wages that are placed. And also there's a $750,000 yearly amount that's due for these folks. We're going to make that on a tiered structure based off the revenues that's coming in. As I understand it, this is not going to decrease the amount of funds that come to the state to be reallocated for certain things that was within that bill. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you all may have. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 475 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 75, 7 nays, 11 present, non-voting.
Senate Bill 475 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most for serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1351 by Chairman Farmer, relative to liability for certain acts.
Chairman
Mr. Speaker,
Farmer.
Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 491.
Chairman Farmer moves substitute and form Senate Bill 491, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 491 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage of Senate Bill 491 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 2. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, currently, your elected sheriffs are required to have a bond. And if something happens with a sheriff's deputy that causes a lawsuit to be initiated, then folks can sue on that bond. Right now, there's currently no statute of limitations on that. It's just kind of wide open out there. So I'm just placing a 1-year statute of limitations on that. It won't relieve any liability or ability for people to bring suits and try to collect on those bond monies. But this just sets a 1-year statute of limitations, just as we have for other torts here in the state of Tennessee. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that 1-year statute of limitations, you stated that's in line with other tort actions in the state of Tennessee.
Chairman Farmer.
I do. So for example, a car accident, something like that, we have a 1-year statute of limitations from the time the injury occurred. So 365 days.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not sure which amendment got adopted or the version. I think the Senate bill still has the 60-day default language. Is that still in the legislation where if they don't answer within 60 days, they're not to be found in default, as most defendants would be under the rules? And how come if not?
Chairman Farmer.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate that question. I know we had that discussion in committee. And that language, really, you have to look at it in line with the Governmental Tort Liability Act itself. That's some language that's in there, kind of lines it up. I know Representative Bolzo he and I had those conversations. He probably understands that portion of this bill really better than I do, to be honest with you. So I don't think it causes any sort of or changes any mechanism that would put anyone in an adverse situation. I think it's in line with our current Governmental Tort Liability Act procedures. I think that's in that act. So it's kind of outside of the scope of really what I intended to do here. I'm intending to put a 1-year statute of limitations on this and not leave it wide open. And to answer your question, I don't kind of circle around again, but I believe that language, the 60-day language, is within the current Governmental Tort Liability Act and statute. I know it's confusing the way, it was in there just kind of, but yeah.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's a 1-year statute of limitations has always been a concern, regardless of whether or not it applies across the board. But the 60-day default language, whether or not it's in line with the GTLA or not, generally when people fail to respond to a lawsuit, you can move for default if they just haven't bothered to respond to the lawsuit. And it's generally after service of 30 days or 60 days in this case. And now we're, instead of being found in default, they're just having deemed denied all allegations without even making the effort to respond to the complaint. So that's the source of my concern. I understand what you're saying, bringing into compliance with GTLA, but that is a source of concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Sponsor, could you talk about what other statute of limitations in similar situations as this one would be? As you said, it's going from no statute of limitations now as it relates to these potential lawsuits to now the creation of 1 year of a statute of limitations.
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah. Representative Pearson, be happy to. Say, for example, if you're shopping in a grocery store, pushing your buggy, something spilt on the floor, you slip and fall and hurt yourself, and that grocery store knew that substance was on the floor and it could be a danger for you or your family or your friends, you fell and you hurt yourself. Right now in Tennessee, you'd have to file a lawsuit claiming that they were negligent, premises liability case or something like that. You'd have 1 year to do so to collect on that injury that occurred at that store. So that's an example of a 1 year statute of limitations, an example of someone that's hurt caused by someone else. I'd be happy to give you some more examples if you need.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. The concern, just going a little bit more on what was previously talked about this failure to respond in the default. If a county doesn't respond to your suit or to your claim, is there any penalty for that county's failure to respond?
Chairman Farmer.
I think the default, it's not default language. Okay, it's denial language. So I don't think if the county fails to respond that there are civil penalties or penalties. I think it would be more of a situation if they don't respond, then you just move forward with motions to enforce, or I think there would be motions practice in place at that point. At that point in time, motions are written documents asking the court to do things or not do things on certain cases. I think that practice would take place probably in front of an administrative law judge at that point in time. Then the court then could make rulings and require a response from maybe that sheriff that's sued or maybe that county. Great question, by the way.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. So you had to go through the legal process, go to court, get the motion, all these things because the county, in this case, might refuse to respond. And what I'm worried about it is there's a way, right? Because I've had to sue some corporations and things before of trying to hurt people. So I understand the process. The thing here is, I think if you have this default or denial language, but you aren't initially ensuring that these counties are proactive in their response to now the person who's injured, right? And I'm really concerned if this goes over 12 months, right? You make your lawsuit at 360 days, the county doesn't respond. How does that impact your statute of limitations? I don't know. But if a county could just choose not to respond in perpetuity, you're now responsible for legal fees, going to court, consistently filing motions that hopefully they respond to. Whereas when someone is proactively forced to go to court, right, or respond to you with the appropriate language or previous language, you don't have that problem because their impetus is to immediately respond because they know that there's no other option for a denial or something like that. And so it's letting counties off of having to be more actively engaged in these processes. So that's a concern for me.
Chairman Farmer? Yeah. Representative Pearson, you have anything else?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Hardaway.
Good morning, and good morning to the sponsor. Thank you, Speaker. Couple of questions on the lack of response by the county or whomever. Are there examples where there would be conditions that the victim may experience where there's either lack of knowledge of the injury, let's say brain damage or something that doesn't show up, either doesn't show up until after the 1 year statute of limitations has run, or some other condition where the victim is not able to take advantage of filing the suit.
Chairman Farmer.
And I thought you were going to call previous questions, so you let me down. Yeah, let me answer your question though. There are mechanisms within the law to where if someone's injured and that injury doesn't appear, that statute can be told. So to answer your question, a person that has an injury that doesn't appear, has an injury from an accident that was no fault of their own, does appear later in life, then there are mechanisms in the law that would protect that person and preserve their ability to pursue a cause of action against an organization or individual that harmed them.
Representative Hardaway.
So this one does not disturb that right at all.
Chairman Farmer.
In my opinion, it does not.
Representative Hardaway.
So in your opinion and your intent.
Chairman Farmer.
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you. And I can't think of a question I want to call. So, but thank you for the offer.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 491, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 76, 18 nays. Ayes 76, 18 nays.
Senate Bill 491 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 31, House Bill 27 by Leader Lamberth.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll this one space, please.
Without objection, roll one spot. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 898 by Chairman Hurt relative to property taxes. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0711.
Representative Hurt moves substitute conform Senate Bill 711, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 711 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hurt moves passage of Senate Bill 711 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, this legislation would ensure land which is enrolled in federal or state conservation programs can maintain greenbelt status. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Hurt renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 711 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 711 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 31. Item 31, House Bill 27 by Leader Lamberth relative to Tennessee Hope Scholarships.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 27 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage. Public second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House adopted a House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1. The House is now ready to consider House Education Administration Amendment number 2.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds a new section regarding the repayment of scholarship dollars if the student withdraws from a course. So I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for a complete explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 2. Public second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope this will be a bill that we can all come together on and support. So there are 773 students last year that apparently finished their undergraduate degree in 3 years. When they reached their 4th year of eligibility for Hope Scholarship, they were told, sorry, you did too well. You can't have that funding for your graduate studies. That's wrong, in my humble opinion. These students that are overachievers, that are really, really just putting their nose to the grindstone and finishing college early should be able to use that last year of Hope Scholarship, the same as an undergraduate that would, for that additional year. Full disclosure, I went off to the University of Tennessee, Knoxville as a first-generation college student, didn't know what I was doing, and I went in on the 3-year plan and left 5 years later. I would not be eligible for this. However, had this been in existence, it would give me an incentive and any other student out there to really, really try what they can to get finished in 3 years. And I'll leave you with this. They don't even measure now the 4-year college graduation rate or the 5-year. The last presentation I went to earlier this year was they look at a 6-year undergraduate college graduation rate. At some point, you truly are just a lifetime learner at that juncture. I hope that this bill will help students really get in there, take advantage of their studies, do what they can to finish, and then be rewarded for that hard work that they put in. This comes directly from a teacher in my district whose child was in this scenario several years ago. And this came way too late to help his daughter. But Charlie Jackson's watching, I'm sure, today. And I appreciate you bringing this to me because I would not have known about this issue but for a constituent coming to me and saying, this is wrong, we should change it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 27 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
House Bill 27 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1280 by Chairman Kiesling and others, relative to offensive committed against the elderly.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1280 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Keesling moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment broadens the offense of aggravated stalking to all stalking offenses where the victim's at least 65. And with that, I move adoption.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Be adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is relative to stalking of our senior citizens, those that are 65 and beyond. And now currently, members, the actions against our elderly are considered only a Class A misdemeanor. This will bump it up to a Class E felony, which will require a mandatory sentence of 1129. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will renew my motion.
Chairman Keesling renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. You said mandatory sentences of 1129. Can you talk a little bit more about that, sponsor?
Chairman Keesling.
Class C felony, 1129. That's according to my research, yes.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I have a district that's predominantly folks who are 55 and older, and so elder abuse in this issue is something really important. Reading the amendment, didn't realize that we were also thinking about an increased penalty to a felony, and I know this punitive nature is something that our body has been doing for a lot of things. And I just caution against the institutionalization of more people and further mass incarcerating of people. And in other research that you found, is there statements that moving this class felony up reduces the amount of instances of aggravated stalking?
Chairman Keesling.
It is my understanding that Class C begins with 1129. I will. If we need to do some research on that, then I'll be glad to move it up or request 10 spaces to get you the correct answer, sir.
Representative Pearson.
That would be helpful, and I'd love to talk with you about it. Thank you.
Chairman Keesling. Chairman Keesling.
Mr. Speaker, may I request we'll move it up 10 spaces then?
Roll 10 spaces without objection. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1307 by Chairman Kumar relative to handgun safety courses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 360.
Chairman Kumar moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 360 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 360 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage of Senate Bill 360 on third and final consideration by second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill incentivizes and encourages gun owners and citizens in Tennessee to enroll and complete gun safety courses. Most of those courses cost between $35 to $45. This gives an incentive of $30, and then they will pay the rest as a copay. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 360 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has everyone voted? Has anyone wish to change their vote? Lamberth, aye. Faison, aye. Lafferty, aye. Kumar, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 360, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare pass without objection. Most read serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 874 by Chairman Lafferty relative to medical laboratories. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1275.
Chairman Lafferty moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1275, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1275 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Lafferty moves passage of Senate Bill 1275 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is the same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Lafferty renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1275 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Pearson, aye. Lamberth, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1275, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1242 by Chairman Powers and others relative to drug offenses.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1242 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage. Following second, Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about, we actually named it the Drug of the Living Dead Act. And what it is about xylazine, also known as the zombie drug. It's a non-opioid veterinary tranquilizer used on horses and cattle, which has been connected to several drug overdoses across the country, including Tennessee. The substance is being used now to cut fentanyl and meth. In the event of a suspected overdose, experts recommend giving the overdose reversal Narcan. Narcan has no effect at all on this particular drug, and they end up dying. And I've been working with TBI and others to make sure this bill will schedule xylazine as a Schedule III drug. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to thank you for bringing this bill. There was a big article in the New York Times about this particular issue this morning. It's a really big issue across the country, growing issues. Thank you for having the foresight to tackle this.
Chairman Powers.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1242 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
House Bill 1242, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Let the journal reflect. Representative Hertz, excuse. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 993 by Chairman Powers and others relative to coal mining reclamation.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 9983 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairman Todd moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, the General Assembly enacted the Primacy and Reclamation Act of Tennessee, directing the governor to pursue the state oversight of the act known as primacy. While primacy remains an important goal, it is vital that the state-operated program be fiscally responsible. In the state's effort to obtain primacy, we learned that many of the sites were underbonded and that there was a $33 million that the federal government is liable for, and it would be transferred to us. And in light of these findings, this bill would postpone our efforts to obtain primacy until we can be assured that the underbonding is addressed by the federal government. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sponsor, you probably remember our debates on this, however many years ago it was. And I'm not one to say I told you so, but anyway, thank you.
Chairman Powers.
And thank you for reminding me of that. what it was, we did find that everything went well, but we found out that there was $33 million that were under bonded that we didn't know about at that time, that the OSM had just had under bonded these particular sites. So they either have to get that money from the operators or come up with that money before we wanted to take the program over. So that's the reason for the pause.
Representative Freeman.
Yes, I know, and I think I brought it up then. So again, not going to say it, but thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 993 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
House Bill 993 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1346 by Chairman Powers relative to private property rights. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1147.
Chairman Powers moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1147, proper second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1147 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage of Senate Bill 1147 on third and final consideration. Proper second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is actually based on a bill in Alabama, and it makes it to where Tennessee is not bound by the United Nations implements. It prohibits the state and political subdivisions from adopting or implementing policy recommendations that restrict property rights and or another international law or plan or action that contravenes the United States Constitution or the Tennessee Constitution. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I notice here, Mr. Sponsor, from the fiscal note that only the cities of Knoxville and Nashville-Davidson County will be losing local expenditures. So I suspect this is directly impacting them to some extent. Can you explain to me exactly how those cities or any others are infringing on the rights that you're seeking to protect here specifically?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think they're actually decreasing the local expenditures. Is that what you said? It's actually decreasing the amount, not increasing the amount.
Chairman
Correct.
Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So can you explain specifically what the rights are that we're protecting here with this law that are previously possibly being infringed upon?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, this law is basically prohibiting anything, the Agenda 21 project that was trying to expand the restrictions of private property rights from the United Nations and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development for the United Nations. United Nations proposed to reach net zero emissions by 2050 or any other national law or plan that impacts the Constitution of the United States.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate that. I'm looking at the legislation, and I just don't know what Agenda 21 by the United Nations in 1992 is, or what the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is. Did I hear you mention that it deals with emissions of some sort or environmental issues?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, the United Nations proposal to reach net zero was one of that they had predicted by emissions by 2050. That was an international law that they'd come up with. So that does impact the United States if they're trying to impact an international law.
Chairman Clemens.
And so it's your contention, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's your contention that the United States has been complying with that within the bounds of the U.S. Constitution, but we don't want that to happen?
Chairman Powers.
What it is, we do not want to happen. We do not want the United Nations to control anything that we're doing in the United States by international law, that they cannot pass an international law that will affect our Constitution or the Tennessee Constitution.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, international law doesn't control our Constitution or any of our laws, that we govern ourselves under that Constitution. So I guess I'm a little confused here why we're passing a law to limit states' abilities and localities' abilities to comply with laws designed to protect our environment that are within the bounds of the U.S. Constitution. And I may be off, but that's what I hear you saying that we're doing, international law aside.
Chairman Powers.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to prevent. This is a preventive measure from it's almost like, if you remember recently, we passed a drone law where we couldn't weaponize drones, and that was a preventive measure. And now we're passing a preventive measure to have an international law conflict with the United States Constitution or our Constitution, either one, that they cannot pass a law to overrule our Constitution.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, okay, I just yet to hear any grounds why international law actually threatens us, because we govern ourselves in the state. I understand preventative. If we were doing something preventative that was actually legally possible to be a threat, that'd be one thing. But anyway, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals laid out by the United Nations that the representative is challenging, let's go through them. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice through strong institutions and partnerships to achieve the goal. I don't understand why these are things that we would oppose as a state. This bill seems like it's rooted in a conspiracy theory that somehow the United Nations is trying to override our local decisions, when what these goals and what the Sustainable Development Goals are laying out is that we are not an island, that we are members of a global world house, a global community. And then when we look at the issue of the climate crisis, we have to address it as a world. We cannot be in our silos. And so I don't understand the impetus for this bill to oppose those goals laid out by the United Nations that I think we should all agree with. Because the truth be told, these goals are not for us, they're for our children and grandchildren. We want them to have a world with clean water and clean air. We want them to have a world in which they can flourish and not be devastated by the climate catastrophe that we're facing. And so I think that this bill is a step in the wrong direction, saying that we won't cooperate with sustainable development goals of the international community because we think that when the climate crisis hits, it's not going to hit Tennessee, when the truth be told, it's already hitting us in Tennessee. We've experienced extreme drought. The Mississippi River has been at its lowest level. We've experienced tornadoes and floods. And so we should be working with the international community as a nation, as a beloved community, to advance these interests laid out by the United Nations. And so I just think that, again, this is a very troubling proposal that's rooted in conspiracy theories, that's rooted in this type of exceptionalism, and very dangerous anti-human rights, anti-democracy frameworks that is a large part of this body right now. And so my question to you is, what are your issues with those development goals laid out by the United Nations representative? And why would we oppose them when the international community has agreed on these things and we are a part of the international community?
Chairman Powers.
Oh, thank you for that question. And first of all, when I was in high school in 1970, Time magazine came out. The front page article said, "The ice age cometh. We're going into a global freeze." Well, the program started up a few years ago about global warming. All of a sudden, we figured out we don't have global warming, so they changed it to climate change. Climate change is just a way of redistribution of wealth. There is no climate change. We're always going to have climate change because the ice age never came, and also the heating age or global warming never came, which is why they changed it to climate change. And you can sit there and argue all you want to about that, but we all know the truth. Second of all, this particular bill doesn't deal with a lot of the things that you were talking about. This particular bill deals with property rights, not some of the other goals that you were talking about. But yeah, maybe we are part of an international community in one way, but the United Nations has shown they voted against the United States in so many different ways. We are not obligated to do what the United Nations tells us to do, and we never will be, because we have a Constitution of the United States and we have a Constitution of the state of Tennessee. We're not obligated to the United Nations in any way.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Representative, for making the case why we need to fund more money into our education, into our public schools, so we can educate our students and they don't grow up with these conspiracy theories. What you said was very troubling to me. I'm just very thrown aback. And I'm glad that we have that on the record, what you said. And I hope your district looks at what you said, because that is very troubling, that we're challenging science, we're challenging reality, and we're living in this alternative universe of conspiracy theories that are not rooted in fact and not rooted in what we can see with our own eyes and what we're experiencing in the world right now. And so I have no other words, but let us invest in education so we do not have lawmakers who have this mentality.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague. His concerns about Agenda 21. No, my colleague back there about, yeah. So the United States is part of the member committee to forming Agenda 21. And I'm looking at Section 1 under the social and economic dimensions. And the third chapter is combating poverty, which means that the United States, along with other nations, believes that combating poverty is something that we should be focused on. It also says that at number 6, protecting and promoting human health conditions. And so I have concerns about the fact that we're going to pass legislation that says that we should not be engaging in promoting ideas that we are part of a committee that formed to try to make sure that our earth is more sustainable, to make sure that poverty is eradicated. Even in our TISA funding, we talk about the fact that there is poverty and concentrated poverty. And yet, here we are about to pass legislation. Mr. Speaker, I can't even hear myself talk. Thank you. And so I would caution our members to think about the fact that the United States helped form these chapters and notions about Agenda 21. And so I would ask you, sponsor, to consider the fact that this legislation is going against something that even our own country helped promote in the formulation of this Agenda 21. Do you see a problem with combating poverty? That's my question.
Chairman Powers.
Thank you, Representative Love. This particular bill does not deal with that. This is just dealing with property rights. We kind of got off the rail there a minute ago, but if you look at the bill, it says restricting private property rights or other international law that contravenes with the United States Constitution or with our Constitution. So this is the one that, and there, this doesn't really have anything to do with poverty or any of the other parts of the Agenda 21. It's just dealing with the property rights only.
Representative Love.
I hear your point about that, but you referenced Agenda 21 in the legislation, correct?
Chairman Powers.
Yes, I did reference Agenda 21 because the private property rights are under Agenda 21, some of the things that they deal with, and that's what I was talking about a while ago. It extends the prohibition of restrictions of private property rights under the Agenda 21. But this one is just dealing with private property rights only, that they cannot restrict our private property rights that contravene with our Constitution.
Representative Love.
Help me understand then, if you can, an instance or an example where you believe that Agenda 21 would cause problems for private property rights.
Chairman Powers.
There are examples, and we've actually had some things actually in East Tennessee, where I'm from. We've actually had some things where they were trying to restrict private property rights in the rural areas as far as what you could do with your property and how it was going to be laid out. They even tried to, they had a program, I can't think of the name of it right now. I think it's called Plan East Tennessee or something like that. But it dealt with this, and it dealt with restrictions on your property. They were trying to make your property where you could only do certain things with it and restricted the private property rights of that. And I don't know if it's still going on or not, but that was one example.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for your responses, sponsor.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hicks of Washington, aye. Hazelwood, aye. Vital, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 66, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1147, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 66, 22 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 1147, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most for serious table. Call it next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 40 by Representative Reedy and others relative to property.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 40 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reedy moves passage. Bob seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 40, as amended, prohibits sanctioned non-residential aliens, sanctioned foreign businesses, sanctioned foreign governments, or their agents, trustees, or fiduciaries from acquiring real property in Tennessee if their respective sanctioned country, respective country is on the Office of Foreign Asset Control of the United States Department of Treasury's sanctioned program and country information list. To be more specific, United States Department of Treasury, on their website, if you go to the OFAC, the Office of Foreign Assets Control, you can link down to the sanctions program and country information. OFAC administers a number of different sanction programs. The sanctions can be either comprehensive or selective, using the blocking of assets and trade restrictions to accomplish foreign policy and national security goals. This is kept up to date daily, so at any time you can go there, click on the link to find out why they were sanctioned. Of course, when this bill passes, it will go to the Secretary of State's office for registration. Any violation thereof will be turned over to the Attorney General's office. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Reedy renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree that it's important to limit interaction with and prevent these types of companies from investing in the United States that are part of sanctioned nations. And I guess, what's really important here is that we work as an international community. That's why it's important we're part of the United Nations, so that we can prevent the rise of countries that end up on these, that are taken over by, say, fascist regimes or dictatorships. And we need to work as an international community, as a country, to limit the rise of these sanctioned nations. So again, that's why I think it's important that we work with our allies and have alliances such as the United Nations. My question is, as we continue to see a rise of different ideologies like fascism across the country, and we might see an increase in sanctioned nations. I hope that's not the case, but we certainly see that this is alarming. The spread of very scary dictatorships and thoughts, and some of these are taking place in even nations we used to consider allies. If a country is added to the sanction list down the line, but it's currently not on a sanction list, what process will be in place will we deregister that ownership of property? What will occur if in the future a country is added to the sanction list and they are currently ownership? How will we detangle that entity from having that ownership stake?
Chairman Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we cannot go back in time, so any of those countries that are already on the sanction list, we can't take their property away. Keep in mind, let's talk about Japan, China, Germany, and speaking specifically to Chattanooga, they lease the property. So we're not stopping the leasing of this property. We're just talking about the ownership of the property. Getting to your question, of course, if they're on the sanction list now and they are registered with the Secretary of State's office, they cannot purchase that property. But once they come off, then you're correct, and they can purchase property. But moving forward, if they get back on that list, they have to dissolve that property in the state of Tennessee.
Representative Powell.
Thank you for that answer. And I now realize we can't go backwards, so if countries are added. One question, just to be clear, because I had a lot of my constituents, I represent blessed to represent a very diverse community where we have a lot of different constituents from all over the world who have proudly called my district home now. This in no way would impact second generation, as the bill is written. This now, as written, does not impact, ownership from people who are from foreign countries that are non-sanctioned. This in no way impacts them. This just strictly focuses on ownership of property in sanctioned countries. Is that correct?
Chairman Reedy.
Let me read from the amendment for clarity one more time. Prohibits sanctioned non-residential aliens. So it could be sanctions on a person or a business foreign on the sanction list. Sanctioned foreign businesses, which I just stated, sanctioned foreign governments or their agents, trustees, or fiduciaries from acquiring the real property. Did that, Representative, answer your question?
Representative Powell.
I do have one follow-up question. So I have a lot of constituents who have fled sanctioned countries out of the hope of finding a better life in America. So they are now in this country, and they have fled these countries because of the oppression that they have found back home. So now that they're in the United States, is there any prevention? Is there anything in this law, the way it's written, to prevent them from owning property in the United States, in our state?
Chairman Reedy.
And I guess specific to your point, there are those folks that are here legally in the state of Tennessee who are trying to get their citizenship, and this does not alienate them from owning property. Hopefully that answered your question.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to follow up on that, Representative Powell and I and several others represent rich, diverse districts, and we have a lot of second-generation immigrants, some of which are dreamers. Would this prevent them from purchasing property? Because, the American dream, they say, is to grow up, buy property, buy a house. Is this law going to prevent those hardworking individuals who add so much to our community from purchasing property in the United States, in this state?
Chairman Reedy.
As long as their country does not go on the sanctioned list.
Chairman Clemens.
Previously or in the future?
Chairman Reedy.
All right, let me retract that because it's sanctioned non-residential aliens. So in other words, if their name is not specific on that list as being sanctioned, yes, I would believe. I mean, I'm not sure of what the total Tennessee code is as far as ownership of aliens to the state of Tennessee. I don't sell real estate, so I don't know how they take care. If there was a dreamer currently on the list, the question would be, can they currently buy property in Tennessee? And I don't have an answer for that.
Chairman Clemens.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you. So the ambiguity here is what concerns me, because we have the largest Kurdish population outside in this hemisphere. So here in Nashville. And so they helped our military, many of these individuals, they fled their country, which I believe was sanctioned. And so are they going to be punished by this law and prohibited from having a better life for their family and their children and not be able to live the American dream that they sought and they earned by helping our armed forces overseas?
Chairman Reedy.
Currently, I'm looking at the list, and the Kurdish folks are not listed on the sanction list at this time.
Chairman Clemens.
So then the question becomes, what if it is in the future on the sanction list? Does it only apply to currently sanctioned or future sanctioned?
Chairman Reedy.
I'm trying to split hairs here. I guess I can't answer that. So if we go into the future and the Kurdish population that are here, and of course that's where a lot of the folks came and fought or served in our military, are working towards getting their citizenship, that this would not prevent them from owning property. But as far as maybe in the future, it's a good question. I don't have an answer.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And therein lies the problem. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know that you're intending to do anything harmful here. My problem therein lies with the ambiguity of the bill itself and whether or not it will unintentionally do harm to refugees and immigrants that I have the honor of representing, and several of us in this room have the pleasure of representing. So therein lies my objection to the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Sponsor, I just have a few questions because I want to make sure we understand the intent of the legislation, but also just because of some of the ambiguity, because I think I know what you're trying to do, that it may be best potentially to either roll it and get some answers so we can talk about it, or potentially not take it up right now. Because you said there's this list by the State Department, is that correct?
Chairman Reedy.
United States Department of Treasury is if you'll look that up on the website, you can find it.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. So that was one of the questions. So Department of Treasury has a list of people who are being sanctioned by the U.S. federal government for whatever reasons, autocracy, dictatorships, fascist regimes that are taking away democratic principles, rights, all these other things, creating war. Okay, there's this list that exists in the Department of Treasury, and your intent is that the same people who the Department of Treasury is sanctioning are not people who should own property in the state of Tennessee, right?
Chairman Reedy.
That is correct. Now, here's my concern, and that's the reason for the bill, is the federal government is supposed to be protecting our borders, number one, but also the sovereignty of the United States of America. And unfortunately, they have turned a blind eye to the states in this issue. And what we're finding are a lot of foreign entities or individuals coming to the United States, especially Tennessee, purchasing property. I've had the assessor of property folks, when they had their day on the Hill, and said, we need to amend this bill. And I said, why? And the example given to me is somebody could convince you to become the principal, use your name, your business, whatever, and it would be oil-rich countries that are on this list that are sanctioned, but they're feeding you a lot of money to buy up Airbnbs, tourist property, everything else. So I told them, we won't amend this, but it's in motion that we need to have that discussion this summer and to find out those bad actors and then try to figure out how to stop, apparently in their opinion, it's legal operation that we need to put our arms around, not only in the state of Tennessee, but all 50 states.
Representative Pierce.
Okay, I was trying to hear you all the way through. It got a little bit loud. I'm a little bit more concerned now, Representative, than I was even before I got up here, because I thought we were going in a similar direction as it relates to protecting the country, the state, from people who are being sanctioned by the federal government, from not being able to own property, manipulate the systems. But then you started mentioning the need to protect our borders, that the federal government isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing, and the intention of what this legislation has become more apparent. And so I can't support it because I don't think that this is solving a problem. I think it is now a piece of legislation to make some sort of statement against the federal government that we are doing enough to stop brown-skinned people from coming into our country, which isn't the type of legislation that we should be supporting. If indeed the work of the legislation is to protect our communities, help us to prevent autocracy and dictators from exploiting the capitalistic system in our state, that's one thing. But it's an entirely different thing to bring forward legislation that we know's intent is to say that the federal government is somehow failing to keep people on the other side of the border away from buying property in our state, when we know that a lot of this country's benefits have come from the work done by immigrants and migrants. And this legislation, because of its ambiguity, but also now the more clear intention, isn't a good piece of legislation that we should be supporting. And it needs more time to be clarified, in my opinion, on something that we could actually pass that doesn't have any racist intent, doesn't have any exclusionary intent, and doesn't proliferate this really unhelpful and wrong narrative that immigrants are somehow anti-Tennessee or America.
Representative Mitchell.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I think you got the best intent on your legislation. I'm not as concerned as my colleague was because Mexico's not a sanctioned nation. You know, most of the Central American, those countries are not saying. I think you're aiming at countries like China and other totalitarian regimes. But my fear, along with what, Representative Powell, Representative Clemens has said, the unintended consequences of your bill, the Afghani translators that saved many American lives, the Kurds. I've got a huge population of Kurds in my district as well. We're the second largest Kurdish population in the United States outside of Chicago, here in Tennessee. The unintended consequences of your bill are going to hurt people that have saved Americans' lives. I don't know if they're, and as well as dissidents from some of these, totalitarian countries that have came over here, escaped those regimes, and trying to have a better life. I think there's possibly got to be a way to amend your bill to do what you want to do without harming these other people. You know, maybe we can figure that out in the next couple of hours. I don't know. But I'd ask you to think about that and look for a way. Let's amend that to where we, you know, these people that have come from these sanctioned countries, the Afghanistan's, Iraq, we're not harming those people who have helped Americans, that have fought, and, you know, many of them, their lives, their families' lives have been sacrificed to help Americans. So with that being said, just think about that, Representative. Thank you.
Chairman Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our leader Lambert came up, and then of course, already talking to legal. It's those folks that are here legally in this country. We're not going after those folks.
Representative Mitchell.
But doesn't your bill say alien?
Chairman Reedy.
It does.
Representative Mitchell.
A non-resident alien is here legally. He or she can be here legally.
Chairman Reedy. Chairman Reedy.
I'm challenged with this. Representative Mitchell, visit with me this summer, because there's, like I already stated, there's more conversation about the underlying issues, not only in our country, but in the state of Tennessee.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm just asking you, you know, it can't hurt to roll it 5 or 10 bills. You know, if it comes back up, you know, you got the numbers to pass it. Let's just look at this, see if there's a way that there's not unintended consequences to harm these people that have helped Americans. You know, I'm not trying to do anything to harm your bill. I just don't want it to have unintended consequences that are going to affect a lot of people in this state.
Chairman Reedy.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, thank you for the bill. I just want to read quickly. Well, first, let me say the intent of this piece of legislation is to ensure that the Communist Chinese government and their foreign businesses cannot come into Tennessee and continue to buy our agricultural land. Let me just read directly from the Department of Agriculture. Currently, as its latest report, which is March 1st, 2023, the Chinese currently own 384,000 acres of agricultural land. That is up from 192,000 acres in 2019. This piece of legislation addresses a national security threat. It ensures the agricultural land of the state of Tennessee is not owned by our enemies across the country, or across the world. And so, Chairman Reedy, thank you for bringing the legislation. I think the intent needs to be clear. If you were from a sanctioned country, or if you're a non-resident alien, you don't get to buy Tennessee agricultural land, which compromises our security. Thank you for bringing the bill.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to first take objection with this body's use of the word alien. No human being is an alien. No child of God is an alien. And it's very harmful language that we're using to refer to our fellow human beings. Secondly, Representative Reedy, I've got to know you this session, and I know that you are somebody who is somebody of conscience and somebody who really ascribes to faith. And I really just see that this bill will harm some vulnerable people in our community. And it reminds me of this reading from Exodus that says, "You must not harm or wrong the foreigner, for you were once foreigners in the land of Egypt." I think that this bill will harm the people of my district, one of the most diverse districts in the state of Tennessee. People who are from Egypt, people who are from Somalia, people who are from countries who are here as part of our beloved community. And so I ask you, my brother, that you reconsider your actions. We heard Representative Zachary going on this spiel about attacking China. I heard you bring up the border. But let's talk about what this really is going to do. It's going to hurt the people who are already here in Tennessee, who are just simply trying to make it, who are simply trying, who are the ones who are making sure that our hotels are clean, who are making sure that this Capitol is clean, who are making sure that our schools children get safe to school. These are the people who this is going to hurt. The people who are workers, who are sustaining the state, are agricultural workers. And so I do not believe that this is a moral bill. And I'm very troubled. And I have to ask a question. You said that this bill only pertains to sanctioned countries, but you brought up the border. Can you explain why you brought up the border in your commentary, Representative Reedy?
Chairman Reedy.
Thank you for your comments.
Representative Jones.
Representative Reedy, you brought up the border in your argument, in the countries south of the border, not sanctioned countries. Can you explain why you brought that up?
Chairman Reedy.
Thank you for your comments.
Representative Jones.
I hope my colleagues realize that unless you are Cherokee, Choctaw, Shawnee, Yuchi, that you are foreigners on this land, that this land is stolen land. And if you want to talk about foreigners coming here and taking over property, it was your ancestors who did that, who committed genocide against a group of people and took land over violently and stole this land. And so you can choose not to answer my questions, but I will tell the truth of history that you are on stolen land. And now you're trying to oppress other foreigners when your ancestors came here fleeing and taking over the land of indigenous communities. None of these countries listed on this list are European countries. None of that, what we heard China, we heard southern countries, we heard countries in the Middle East, but we didn't hear one European country. That's not by accident. And I ask you to question and interrogate how you can oppress other foreigners when your ancestors came here as foreigners. How can you in good conscience sit here and say, we want to refer, number one, to other human beings, other children of God as aliens, and then find ways to take their rights from them when they are a part of our community? I'm deeply troubled by the direction of this body, and I say to you that you are on the wrong side of history, that there's nothing wrong with a multiracial democracy, that we want to work with you, that we want to build a beloved community, but laws like this, and the laws like the one we passed before this, attacking international cooperation around environmental justice, now attacking immigrants and foreigners, this is so shameful. This is so shameful. Woe to those who pass unjust laws that hurt the poor and rob them of their rights.
Representative Jones, you need to stay on the bill. Out of order. Representative Jones, last chance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on the bill, and I said, woe to those who pass unjust laws. This is an unjust law. I'm talking about the bill, an unjust
My
bill.
determination, you are not, but continue talking about the bill. Representative Jones.
This bill is unjust. It's rooted in a racist rhetoric. It is rooted in white
Representative
nationalism.
Jones, you're out of order. Out of order. You called Representative Zachary's name. Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My previous question.
That was only one, so he's already called a question. All right, we'll put it on the board. No, he objected. That's non-debatable, right? Right. That's a non-debatable. It's non-debatable. Representative Jones. Representative Hardaway.
Mr. Speaker, when your name is called, isn't it usually a condition where you respond to whatever the issue was, but it does not allow you to call the question? That has never happened before.
Mr.
So
Clerk.
why is it happening now?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by saying that to refer to another member by their name is inappropriate pursuant to our rules and the Masons Manual. But it has been the practice of this body that if a member's name is called, they get to respond. And for example, yesterday a member's name was called. They were allowed an additional 5 minutes because our rules say When a member is recognized, they are allowed 5 minutes. The representative's name is called. If he wants to present a motion at that time, he may.
Representative Hardaway.
Speaker, that's a dangerous precedent to set. If every speaker, colleagues, that is so rude. That is so rude. That's a dangerous precedent to set. And if that's what any of the colleagues decide to do, it throws all of our debate protocols off. If everyone can say what they have to say and then
hang on,
if they can say what they have to say and then notify someone that they know is going to call the question, that turns everything upside down.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe where the body is at this moment is Representative Jones was ruled out of order, and he has objected to that pursuant to Rule 19. I believe the proper position that we are in is to vote on whether or not Representative Jones, pursuant to Rule 19, be able to continue.
All those in favor, vote aye for Representative Jones to continue. Those who believe he should not, vote no at the bell. Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 23, 72 days.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized. For what point of order, please?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order question is, I heard the clerk say what the rule is, then I heard him say what the practice is, what the practice has been, rather, for the last 5 years, I believe. And I hope I'm not getting your words wrong. Now, so if the practice or whatever we've been practicing has been breaking the rules, shouldn't we be operating under the rules, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it is a parliamentary principle, and it is in the Mason's Manual, that it is inappropriate to refer to another member by name. When that has happened, all I can speak to is practice and what the rules say. When that has happened in this body, that member has been recognized.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've been practicing breaking the rules.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, if this body wants to make a demand that rule be followed, then whenever a member's name is called, they will no longer be able to respond. If that's the way the body wants to determine it.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Clerk, who I consider a friend, so relax. If that's the rules, if it's not a decision as to whether or not this body wants to continue our practice or follow the rules. The rules say what the body is supposed to do, and when that happened the first time, it should have been corrected. I didn't know, Mr. Speaker. Can I continue, Mr. Speaker?
You need to ask the question.
Yes, sir. I don't think that most of us knew that we were breaking the rules up until this came up. But now that we know, can we get back to the rules so that we can operate under the rules? That's my question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, moving forward, if a member's name is called and that member is recognized per our practice, if another member feels that that's outside the rules, they should raise objection.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk, with all due respect, you just told us that's outside the rules. We don't have to be recognized to know that it's outside the rules. You just told us it was.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to read the definition of point of order. A point of order is the parliamentary device that is used to require a legislative body to observe its own rules and to follow established parliamentary practice. If a member feels that we are not following our rules or parliamentary practice, the correct way to address that is through a point of order.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Completely understood. That's why I'm addressing it through a point of order. Appreciate you.
All right, we're on previous question because the motion was made. All those in favor of previous question, it's a non-debatable motion. We're on it. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 40 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 18 nays.
House Bill 40 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Representative Jones, for what purpose?
I have a point of order, Mr. Speaker, for you.
No, you can't. You have to ask the clerk, sir. I'm sorry. That's a clerk question, depending on what it is. Representative Jones.
Mr. Clerk, was it proper, what was the difference of me being ruled out of order versus the sponsor bringing up an open border and federal government's policy, or the representative from Knoxville bringing up communist China? Were those germane to the bill, and why were they not ruled out of order?
Right. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the representative was ruled out of order for comments that they made that were outside the bill.
Representative Jones.
My question was it out of order for the sponsor to bring up the federal government and open borders? Was it out of order for the representative from Knoxville to bring up communist China? These things were not germane to the bill. So were those commentary out of order? And what was the difference of treatment between those members and myself?
Mr. Clerk. Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker determines if debate is germane to the bill or not. If the member felt like that another member was off the bill, then they can raise objection.
Representative Jones.
Mr. Clerk, what do you do when the Speaker arbitrarily determines which rules apply to which members and unequally applies the rules?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that is not a parliamentary inquiry.
Orders of the day have been asked. We're moving. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 828 by Chairman Rudd, relative to polling places. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0978.
Chairman Rudd moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 978, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 978 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Rudd moves passage of Senate Bill 978 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a very simple bill. It does not change any state law, does not close any primary, or it does not require voter party affiliation. It simply puts up a warning sign, an 8.5 by 11 yellow warning sign to let people know the current state law. And it's something very important that has occurred this year that we did not know previously. Previously, it was a Class C misdemeanor for people to knowingly cross over into the other person's primary without an intention on staying. However, we discovered an older law that has priority of what is a Class D felony of less than 2 years and 12 years, 2 years and no more than 12 years. And it also has a $5,000 minimal fine. Since now currently people are being prosecuted for doing this and organizing crossover. So it's extremely important for the state to at least put a simple yellow warning sign up at precincts so people at least know that they could be breaking the law. But again, this law, this bill only puts a warning sign up. It in no way changes any state law or changes any penalties. It's simply a warning sign of current state law. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Rudd renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, you and I have, again, talked about these types of bills for a while, and I guess I'm not fully understanding the intent, and I'm going to lay something out, and then I'd love to hear your comment. We are not required to register with a party in our state. And so if you have somebody that has always voted one party and they don't like the actions of that party or maybe the inaction of that party, and so they decide to cross over, my fear is that having this type of a sign up is going to discourage that. And if we're not required to register, and you can vote in any primary that you want at any time, and now we're putting up a sign saying it's a felony punishable by whatever. I don't even know what the sign says, but I just think that's a giant waste in trying to encourage more people to engage in their civic duty of voting.
Chairman Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You asked, the sign simply states this: it's the law. Please read. It is a violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 271-115B and punishable as a crime under Tennessee Code Annotated Section 219-102 or Section 219-107. If a person votes in a political party's primary without being a bona fide member of, or affiliated with that political party, or to declare allegiance to that party without the intent or to affiliate with that party, which is the current state law. This is simply warning people. Again, people are currently being prosecuted under possible felony conviction if they are conspiring to get people to vote in the opposite primary, not people actually voting in the primary, but actually conspiring, sending out emails, social media, encouraging people to cross over into primary to affect an election. Now that it's been discovered that this is I think it's a 1973 law that makes it a Class D felony. I don't know about you, but I think we at least owe it to our constituents, regardless of their reasoning or their ignorance of the law, to at least make an effort to warn them that they could be prosecuted. And this is a simple yellow 8.5 by 11 sign put up at a precinct when they register to vote, when they register in to vote at that precinct. That's all it does. It does not change state law. It does not create the felony. It simply states the current law and gives them warning. I think we would be doing a severe disservice to our constituents and to our voters and to the citizens of Tennessee if we didn't warn them that they could be prosecuted with severe penalties.
Representative Freeman.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think that law is dumb as well. But I think this is just going to discourage people to take a hard look at other candidates and other parties. I mean, again, we don't have to register with a party. I am an elected Democrat on this floor, and I can vote in I can vote for anybody I want. I believe I have that freedom. And again, to me, this just seems like we're trying to intimidate voters that don't understand what they're doing. They aren't going to be able to vote for the candidate that they want. So I disagree with the bill. I appreciate the intent, but thank you.
Chairman Rudd.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this does not change any current state law. It does not intimidate anyone. It does not punish anyone. It does not fine anyone. It does not require you to register as a Republican, Democrat, or Independent. It simply states under current state law, you are not supposed to cross over. People could go in there or organize an effort to go in and cross over and face very severe penalties, because for the last 20 years or so, we have told them it's a Class C misdemeanor that's never prosecuted. Now we've discovered under this older law that is a Class D felony. We owe it to our citizens to at least let them know. It doesn't stop them from doing it. It simply lets them know. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Do we have to, as voters, register for a political party to vote in the state?
Chairman Rudd.
Well, that's not really in the bill, but no, we do not.
Representative Pearson.
You mentioned that prosecution is already a possibility for people who are doing this action of voting. How many people have been prosecuted thus far since this law was passed?
Chairman Rudd.
I don't know before this year, but this year I believe there are 2 people currently under indictment on a Class D felony for organizing crossing over into the other person's primary, because they publicly acknowledged they were doing it. I do not know the status of the case.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. And so now the recommendation is to put a sign up that tells people crossing over in political parties is, now you can get a felony for it. How do you think for people who are voting, who have voted Democratic a long time and vote for a Republican in the next election, is it possible for them to be prosecuted?
Chairman Rudd.
Well, you made one mistake in your question. I believe you said that in your opening, and you said that the people could be, they already are being prosecuted. And I don't know, the rest of your question is up to conjecture.
Representative Pearson.
I'm trying to get an understanding of this process of how we're prosecuting people and the concern of folks who are going to vote, particularly for a party that they're not typically voting for. What this sign, what is it signaling to them? And so I'm just trying to get an understanding of you who bringing forward this legislation, the ramifications for the individual who has voted for a party for a long time, and they're going to the polls to vote for a different party. Is the expectation that we should understand that person could be prosecuted for doing that?
Chairman Rudd.
Only if it's, there's several things under current law. We're talking about current law, not this bill. Under current law, proving a person, a individual crossed over into the other person's primary is very hard to prove, which is why it has very, very rarely ever been prosecuted. However, if you, which is a common occurrence now from Sevier County to Madison County to Williamson County to other counties, if you are openly organizing an effort through emails and social media and postcards and public announcements and radio ads and et cetera, encouraging people to do this, you are committing a felony. And most people think that, well, it's just a Class C misdemeanor, there's no punishment. So we at least let them need to know. Now, as far as the bill itself, the sign, as you've noticed, it mentions that it's a crime and it mentions the section of code. But in an effort not to intimidate anyone, I did not use the word felony in the sign. I didn't want to discourage any voters or scare voters, but we do owe them legally. We need to let them know they could be breaking the law.
Representative Pearson.
I understand what you're saying, in this very hard to prove and rare circumstances that this happens in the first place. The problem that I have is the voter intimidation aspect of connecting our voting, our election process to criminality in any way, with signs, with distributions, with information that we're putting out, and with actions that we take. And I believe this connects something that we want to encourage people to do, which is voting, to some form of criminality for something that, as you say, is one, hard to prove, and two, very rare to happen in the first place. But now the recommendation is we're going to put these signs on every polling place for 7 million people for something that you've already admitted doesn't happen very much. It's rare to happen, using your words here. And now we're connecting criminality with these signage to every voter who goes and casts a ballot. And I believe that that type of action, this type of intention, can discourage people from voting, but also confuse folks who are going to vote, particularly for someone that they don't typically vote for.
Chairman Rudd.
You're selectively using part of my words. As I've said, it is now becoming a common practice around the state openly for individuals to tell and ask other people in an effort, organized effort, in the last couple of elections to cross over and affect the outcome of different people's primaries. Those are the people that are being prosecuted, not the voters. And those are easily proven because they're admitting it in public and online. And they're probably under the assumption that it's only a misdemeanor, not a felony, and they don't realize what they're doing. So we'll at least need to make the public aware of this. It's kind of like, well, it's the speed limit is 70, so most people go 8 to 10 miles over. And it's just a minor ticket. Well, what if we suddenly change that law to say it's a Class D felony? You could go to jail and pay a $5,000 fine, and we don't let people know. I think we'd need to put signs up along the interstate letting them know that they could be going to prison for going 8 miles over the speed limit. Same thing here. A new law has been discovered that's over 30, 40, 50 years old that they're being used to prosecute people that are organizing people to cross over into primaries, and we need to let them know and make the public aware that they could be facing very severe penalties. I believe we would be doing a tremendous disservice, and we have a legal obligation to let the public know that this law has somewhat changed, and we need to let them know because they're under the assumption it's still just a Class C misdemeanor and there's no consequences for it.
Representative, this was his 5 after the first 5. So we're moving on. Okay. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Rudd, you've responded to actually a couple of my questions, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate this piece of legislation. In Tennessee, we've been ranked by numerous different organizations as having the highest election integrity in the country. And it's important to note that, and it's important to know that the public, the folks that we come here to represent, knows what laws out there that affect the way that they vote. We've had a hard enough time, members, figuring out what the rules are of this chamber, much less understanding when they go to the ballot box and making sure that their vote counts, that their vote, they have integrity in that vote. And so I just want you to explain to make sure that this particular piece of legislation does just that, that ensures the integrity of our voting process so the public knows what laws are out there that apply to how they vote. Can you expand on that, please?
Representative Jones, what's your point of order?
The representative just made an attack against members. I don't know if he was attacking the speaker for not knowing the rules, but he said members of this chamber don't know the rules. I think he was talking about you, Mr. Speaker. So he made a personal attack.
Representative Jones, that's out of order. That's not a point of order. Once again, Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garrett. As chairman of elections and campaign finance, I have worked very hard with leadership and with Secretary of State and with Director Goins to make sure that we do have the tightest, most secure election process in the entire nation. And in fact, we're just ranked and just awarded the #1 most secure election of any state in the nation. We have, thank you, we have secure election process. We have an open and fair election process. We have good machines and good policies. And I think this is an excellent policy that we owe it to our citizens to let them know about this law. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague pointing out national rankings because Tennessee has one of the lowest voter turnouts of any state in the country because of the voter intimidation and suppression tactics of the state of Tennessee. And this is yet another voter intimidation measure designed to prevent people from voting. So we have districts across the state of Tennessee at any level without a Democrat, without a Republican candidate. Voting is a habit. So now you're not going to allow or you want to intimidate people from voting in any election where they may not have an option of their party of preference. So we're not changing that law. That law exists, but now you're putting up a sign in bright yellow letters, in big bold letters, "It's the law, please read, punishable by a crime." So that has a clear intent. That has a clear intent to have somebody who may not understand the law, may not understand. All they know is they want to do their civic duty, walk into a precinct, and vote for the person of their choice. Now they're going to be confronted with a big yellow sign they may not understand, but they are certainly going to defer if they are confused as to avoid any crime. So that is going to have the effect of deterring more voting in the state of Tennessee. Now, my question is, this law does not specify between partisan elections and local elections, which are nonpartisan. So what is going to happen when somebody walks into the voting booth to vote in a local election that is not partisan and they see this sign?
Chairman Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for most of your comments, beside the point, the bill doesn't address that. Also, this bill plainly states bona fide status of a party's process. So if it's a non-party process, a non-party primary, it wouldn't apply.
Chairman Clemens.
This says any election. And so if I walk in to vote for the mayor of Nashville and Davidson County in a nonpartisan election, and there's a big yellow sign that says I could be committing a crime, and I am unsure as to what is going on, because the reality is a lot of people may not understand. They may not understand it's a crime. They may not understand that the local election is nonpartisan. They just want to vote. And now that sign is still sitting there regardless of the nonpartisan election, and they are going to be intimidated from voting. Why are you doing that?
Chairman Rudd.
Once again, that is incorrect. That is off subject. That is inconsequential, not a part of the bill. The bill states on primary election days, a sign that is a minimum height, it gives into it. If you're doing a strictly city election that's not on a primary day, this sign would not be posted.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are aware that general elections of local elections take place on primary days, correct?
Chairman Rudd.
Some do, some don't. Some are held in November when that's not a primary day. Some currently are held in off times. We're attempting to get all those lined up, but there's a lot of cities across the state that hold their city elections in November. There is no primary in November, Mr. Clemens.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some are, some aren't. Some are going to be intimidated, some aren't. Again, we continue to intimidate voters in the state of Tennessee as if being 47th worst in the country is not enough. We're going to continue this senseless legislation to prevent people from wanting to do their civic duty. And that is shameful. And you acknowledge it. You acknowledge this is going to affect some people. We have got to be better than this. We have got to encourage voter participation. This is simply unacceptable, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Rudd.
I have acknowledged no such thing. It intimidates no one. That's your words, not mine. Again, this is a simple warning sign We don't need to get off track here. And again, I renew my motion. This is a simple warning sign to help our voters know that they could be facing a felony, and we owe it to them to do that. So I renew my motion.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Any objections? I'm sure there's objection. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 63, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 978, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 55, 27 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 978, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider the table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 114 by Chairman Russell relative to sentencing. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1224.
Chairman Russell moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1224 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of 1224 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Russell moves passage of Senate Bill 1224 on third and final consideration. Second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1224 allows the court to sentence a defendant convicted of 2 or more criminal offenses to consecutive sentences if the defendant is sentenced for a criminal offense involving more than one victim, and the court finds that the separate consecutive sentence for each offense is in the best interest of justice. I renew my motion.
Chairman Russell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I think we're here with an increase in seeking to incarcerate folk. And so I just want to caution us from doing this again because, one, here's the question, sponsor. Today, can a court choose for a defendant convicted of 2 or more criminal offenses to do concurrent or consecutive sentences?
Chairman Russell.
That is correct, and this puts it in law that they can do that.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so judges already have the ability to do it. Under what auspices are they currently operating and doing it without this law existing? Where are they deriving that power from?
Chairman Russell.
It's already common practice in the court. Like I said, this just puts it in statute that they can do it.
Representative Pearson.
I believe the judicial discretion, which I hope is typically used, would already have practices in place, as you've articulated, that determines whether or not to do something consecutively or concurrently. And it's already happening in the judicial system. And so the need for us to create this law, I think, is signaling the wrong message in our judicial system, which is we need for more people to be in jail for a longer period of time. This way of thinking, this acting is not in the interest of our communities. It's not in the interest of our state. Judges are already, from the oath that they are swearing, using their discretion in determining who will serve sentences consecutively or concurrently. And this legislation is only signaling the desire potentially of this body to further incarcerate people. And it's particularly concerning coming from a community that is experiencing over-incarceration and mass incarceration into private prisons and into institutions that do nothing that actually help to improve our society. And all research at this point is pointing to the fact that further imprisoning and incarcerating people is not leading to benefits in our communities. And here we are with this significant issue that cuts across race and class, in particular, disproportionately hurting Black, Indigenous communities of color, and poor folk. And now we are rubber stamping the legislating of that injustice further. This is not necessary to the point that you have mentioned. Judges have not said, I don't know if I can do this consecutively or concurrently. That isn't a real issue. But bringing it forward, working to cement this in our legislation in our state is only signaling that we desire for there to be more consecutive sentences of people, which is the extension of incarceration for people in our communities. And again, every time these criminal penalization bills come forward, I ask what legislation, what research rather, do we have that further incarcerating people for more time has helped any of us, has helped make any of our communities safer? It hasn't, because incarcerating people, extending the time of incarceration, does not lead to better outcomes in our communities. And the resources that need to be effectuated in communities before folks get incarcerated are not being given by this body and this institution. And the support that people need after they are incarcerated should be the intent and the focus of what this body doing, instead of further saying that we need more people to be incarcerated for longer periods of time, which we know has not proven to reduce recidivism, has not proven to increase rehabilitation, and in fact leads to further criminality of those individuals when they potentially are released because of what happens in the prison environment. So there's nothing from even what you just shared that says we should do this, because judges are already using their discretion. And this is signaling, I think, unfortunately, that we want people to be in prison for longer periods of time, which is not a benefit to our state from an economic or a social perspective.
Chairman Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be more clear, consecutive sentences that are only permitted in certain limited circumstances. Multiple crimes against multiple victims is not currently listed as one of the permissible circumstances authorizing consecutive sentences, and this will just do that.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, as I was reading the legislation, some things stood out to me that was a bit troubling. If you look at the fiscal note given with this bill, it says passage of the proposed legislation will result in an increase in state incarceration expenditures. However, the precise timing and impact is dependent on multiple unknown factors and cannot be determined with reasonable certainty. To the sponsor, can you describe what are some of these unknown factors that would increase incarceration costs that are mentioned in the fiscal note?
Chairman Russell.
Thank you for that question. That's something that physical review reviews and puts out here. I don't have anything to do with a physical note, but I don't know.
Representative Jones.
Are you aware that this legislation, as the fiscal review team stated, the nonpartisan fiscal review team stated, will increase incarceration expenditures? Are you aware of that?
Chairman Russell.
Absolutely, but I don't know how they come up with a total number.
Representative Jones.
So why do you think that they wrote that these nonpartisan review team wrote that this will increase incarceration expenditures? Why do you think there's that connection to your legislation?
Chairman Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would hate to get into the minds of physical review, how they come up with a certain number.
Representative Jones.
Why do you think that your legislation will increase incarceration costs? Why do you think that is?
Chairman Russell.
Because that's what physical review told me in this paper.
Representative Jones.
So you're filing legislation that will increase incarceration costs because people will be incarcerated longer and more people will be incarcerated. Let's use our critical thinking. And so if we look at why we're going to increase incarceration costs, it's because you're creating a system in which more people will be incarcerated for longer periods of time. This is deeply troubling. And in fact, it was so troubling. This is the first time I've seen a note like this where the fiscal review team in our state government said that they can't even determine how much it is because of the uncertainty around this legislation and how it will be dependent on multiple unknown factors. And so I don't think that we thought through this legislation. I think that it's very troubling that we're trying to invest more in incarcerating people when we should invest in preventative measures and rehabilitation efforts, as opposed to just bowing down to core civic and other private prison contractors who pay for people's campaigns. And so
Representative Jones, that's out of order. Moving on. You've had your warnings, plenty of them. Representative Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1224, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 18 nays.
Senate Bill 1224, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 431 by Chairman White and others relative to aviation. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on desk.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 626.
Chairman White moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 626, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 626 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage of Senate Bill 626 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the General Assembly, what this particular bill does, House Bill 431, it addresses Tennessee's economic competitiveness in aeronautics, aviation, and logistics. Tennessee's current aviation tax structure continues to place Tennessee at an unfair competitive disadvantage compared to surrounding states such as Texas, Kentucky, Georgia, and North Carolina. We've had this bill throughout the years, but this particular bill continues to cap the fuel sales tax on our aviation industry. And this particular bill, the cap is currently $5 million. With this legislation, and next year it will go down to $3 million. And then in July 24, the cap will be $1 million and continue from there. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman White renews his motion. Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will this hold the local airports harmless?
Chairman White.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Representative Mitchell.
That's what I thought. So now you're going to use that holding harmless, saying the state is subsidizing these airports, which, Metro, as we spoke of the other night, only 8% of the money funding the airport comes from the state. It would be a whole lot less than that if we would quit doing this corporate welfare and let our airport run itself, that it's been doing quite successfully. But we keep sticking our nose into their business by doing the corporate welfare because we got some lobbyists running around out here that we've got to satisfy. And we're going to harm Nashville again. And then you're going to come back and say, well, we had to take over that airport. Look at how much money we're giving them. Well, you wouldn't be giving them anything if you'd quit doing corporate welfare and putting our airport at a disadvantage.
Was that a question?
Oh, very much so. I'd like to hear his response.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I totally disagree with you. It is the state's responsibility. We put over $140 million into our airports just this year. And you talk about corporate welfare. This particular tax was put on a couple of decades ago and it unfairly, in my opinion, punished our aviation industry and those that were growing in Tennessee. And the reason we're continuing to cap this, if we want our aviation industry at our airports, airlines and logistics companies to grow, then we need to be competitive. In Kentucky, the cap is $1 billion, and in Georgia and North Carolina, $1 million. The cap is $1 million. In North Carolina and Georgia, there is absolutely no sales tax on them. And so when you have corporations that are wanting to grow in the state of Tennessee, we need to be competitive to surrounding states. And we could, as a state, continue to take care of our airports. So this is just a competitiveness to keep our airline industry growing in Tennessee.
Representative Mitchell.
And Representative, what you said, right on. I agree with you 100% on let's make them competitive, but let's don't use this as a weapon against my city, our airport, to justify, let's put it in a nice way, because I know how I'd like to say what it is, but to justify the illegal taking, we'll say it that way, of our airport and the oversight of that airport by the corporate welfare you're doing, and it's going to help make us competitive. But you're going to have some other people who have the audacity to walk up there and say, we're having to give Nashville all this money. Well, the reason you're having to give Nashville all this money is you're having a hold harmless provision in this bill because you're taking their revenue streams away from being able to do their business, which, if it's going to help bring in jobs and keep a certain company in Tennessee doing most of their business here, so be it. But let's don't use this as a weapon against my city because we're doing everything right, because somebody wants to get their hands on an airport authority, and some people want to have their friends to build a hangar so eminent domain can never take their hangar. You know, let's be honest. So, again, if your bill is to do what you say it's to do, that's fine. It is corporate welfare, but I guess we have to do that sometimes. But other members standing up there saying how much they have to give to our airport so their buddies can get a hangar aggravates me.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but you're using you're totally off this bill. What we're trying to do in this is to keep those aviation industries, those airlines, those logistic companies growing in Tennessee. For example, in my own area, we have the wonderful corporation of FedEx, which employs, by the way, 372,000 people in the United States and 41,000 in Tennessee alone. They also, in the last 5 years, paid $9 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, this particular corporation, and they paid $57 million in state taxes, franchise sales, and motor fuel tax and other things. So they are paying their fair share. This particular legislation caps this one particular tax, which was put on by our state about 20 years ago or so, and unfairly taxed this particular industry. Now, as Tennessee is growing, we as a state are able to take that money and support our airports and things and not penalize those others, because they could just as well grow in states like Kentucky and Georgia and Texas. Want to keep them here.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you noted at the beginning when you were describing the bill that this bill has come up before. And what I would like to note is that since 2017, this will now be the fourth tax break that we have given to these corporations on fuel. And since 2017, we have raised taxes on the at the pumps for every individual Tennessean in this state. It almost feels like that we are paying at the pumps, the citizens in our districts whose taxes have been increased at the pumps that many times are paying for the cuts of these corporations.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative or Chairman White, I want to thank you for this piece of legislation, administration for do that. I have, my colleagues on finance know that I have not been a big fan of how we've been funding airports for the last several years because of the different things that we were doing because we were doing it in non-recurring basis. What this does is it tells companies like FedEx, Delta, Southwest that their fuel taxes will be capped at a certain rate, which further incentivizes them to add more destinations in every airport across our great state. And so in so doing, what those businesses will do is know that not only are we competitive, but we have a business climate that is great in compared to all the other states. And because where Tennessee is located, it makes us a natural leader in the aviation market space. So I thank the sponsor for this bill. I thank the Finance Committee for making it recurring, and that it's not just impacting the big 5 airports like we've been doing in the past, but general aviation airports all across the state. Very important to our infrastructure to grow in this manner, and I think this is the right thing to do. Thank you, Chairman White.
Chairman White.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments. You're exactly on point. Thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much money is this going to save the companies in taxes?
Chairman White.
This is strictly, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cap on the jet fuel sales tax. And so this will cap it. It's currently capped at $5 million per year. Right now, they don't pay any more than $5 million. This will cap it next year at $3 million. And then in July 21, cap it at $1 million.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much money will this save the companies?
Chairman White.
I don't have that figure as far as how much each one is purchasing right now.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we don't have a projection of how much money these companies are going to save by capping this. I know we got a projection of how much money is going to be saved by these companies by capping the amount of money that they have to spend on fuel.
Chairman White.
I can tell you this, when we started carrying the bill about 8 years ago and working on this, at that time, the logistic company in Tennessee, FedEx, was paying around $45 million per year. And so they have a huge hub up in Louisville, Kentucky, where the cap is $1 million. And I'd rather for them to grow in Memphis than Louisville, Kentucky.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you also rather that we fund rape kits?
Representative Parkinson, that's off topic, out of order. All right. Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Butler, aye. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 19 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 626, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 76, 13 nays, 3 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 626, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The most reconsidered step. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 39. Item 39, House Bill 1280 by Chairman Keisling and others, relative to offenses committed against the elderly.
Chairman Keisling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, again, I'll attempt to move passage of House Bill 1280 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Keisling renews his motion. Representative Fritz. Hang on, Representative Jones. What's your point of order?
I've been trying to get recognized. Parliamentary inquiry to the Speaker.
You got to ask the clerk, sir.
Mr. Clerk, can you explain to the Speaker the rules?
I don't have to answer. You can address the question, but it's going to be Mr. Clerk answering. Representative Jones.
Thank you. I'm just glad that you are familiar with the rules, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why is it
Representative Reagan, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to have a vote on the House to determine if this member is out of order, specifically citing Rule 19 in our own orders, as well as Mace's Manual, Section 121 for disorderly words, Section 122, Section 2, Section 124 of Section 3.
There's no debate on it. It shall be decided. We're voting. All those who believe the representative is out of order, vote aye when the bell rings. Those, oh, I'm sorry, hang on. Oh, vote aye if he should be able to continue. Vote no if he shall not be able to continue. My fault. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 22, 71 nays.
Shall not be able to continue. Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question on this bill.
Previous question's been called. Any objection? There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 73, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1280 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 88, 3 nays, 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 1280 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most read series taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 47, I'm sorry. Item 51, House Bill 1153 by Representative Sherrill, an act to designate National Guard Armory to be constructed in Warren County as the Major General Terry Max Haston National Guard Armory.
Representative Zachary, for what purpose? All right. Representative Sherrill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1119.
Representative Sherrill moves to substitute conform to 1119, Senate Bill 1119, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1119 on third and final consideration.
Representative Sherrill moves passage of Senate Bill 1119 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keisling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Sherrill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, before I get into this bill here, just want to say a very much thanks to all of our military people. But as we try to explain this bill, in Warren County, they're building a new National Guard Armory, and we would like, as I've been asked, to name Major General Terry Max Haston National Guard Armory, and I renew my motion.
Representative Sherrill renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? I only see a few hands. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1119, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Yes, Ms. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, 1 nay, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1119, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 239 by Representative Boso and others relative to statutory definitions. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Pearson, for what purpose?
Just have a question, parliamentary inquiry to you. In the journal, are we documenting who's being called out of order?
Mr. Clerk. One moment. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is no, we do not.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you for getting that answer. The reason, and maybe it's possible, clerk, or one of the clerks, that we start to track that just for equitability purposes, so it isn't perceived. What are you objecting to?
It's, a point of order is a question.
Okay, thank you. And I got the answer. And so it's a quick response just for the equitability of who's being ruled out of order, so that it doesn't seem or be perceived that black members are disproportionately ruled out of order.
Representative Pearson, someone being ruled out of order is based on their comments, based on the legislation, based on if they stay on topic or off topic. That's the point of being ruled out of order. That's the point. Representative Pearson.
Yes, and I understand that. At your determination, Speaker, they're ruled out of order, correct? Or parliamentarian, correct?
Mr. Clerk.
That's correct.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And so I don't know what's so extreme about saying we can possibly track this so that we can determine who is being ruled out of order and ensuring equitability in that just with information. What's so extreme about that? It's not. Thank you.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 239 by Chairman Bolso and others relative to statutory definitions. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1440.
Representative Bolso moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1440, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1440 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bolso moves passage of Senate Bill 1440 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does one thing. It simply provides that unless the context otherwise requires, the term sex as used in the Tennessee Code refers to a person's biological sex as determined by anatomy and genetics at the time of birth. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Bolso renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative, I think this is a bad piece of legislation because it continues some legislation that I've seen come from you before that attacks people who have differences, particularly in their genitalia. There's nothing about intersex people in here. There's nothing about potential people who are on the spectrum as it relates to gender. You are saying the government is the decider of someone's sex, and the immutability that you mentioned in a lot of legislation, including things that have went to the Supreme Court, that just has been proven not to be true, the use of the immutable word here. But again, not only is it a bad piece of legislation, the message that's being signaled to people, particularly in our LGBTQIA community, that you are signaling is really strong. And it's harmful and it's hurtful to all members of our community. When you open the door of oppression towards people, you're opening it just wide enough for you to get pushed inside of it. And you, in this legislation, is opening the door of oppression of people. There's no scientific basis to the use of the word immutability in this way. It is the personal basis of people who want to say what someone's sex is based on, as I think you wrote, as it's written here, it's determined by a person's immutable biological sex, right? It goes further. The evidence includes, but is not limited to, a government-issued identification document that you presuppose accurately reflects a person's sex listed on the person's original birth certificate. And doctors and physicians and others who I don't know if you consulted with this, would be able to tell you that it is not always as quote unquote clear as you think that it is to determine what someone's biological sex is. And the fact we're using somebody's someone's government issued identification, which they may not agree to or agree with, as the determination of this state is wrong. This lack of inclusion, this government sanctioned separation of people who are different yet beloved is extremely problematic. And legislating this way, wielding power in this way, is harmful to our democracy. This is abusing power to try and make people you don't get to know, aren't proximate to, don't understand, fit within the purview of what you believe to be right. And you are wrong. And what you tell people and what we are doing when we legislate and act in this way is tell folks who have a different sex, but also it extends to different gender identities, different sexual orientations, that this state does not care to recognize their humanity. And that, Representative, is ultimately the problem with these terrible pieces of legislation. They dehumanize and separate people because there are those who presuppose they have the right view. They have the only view that needs to be adhered to or listened to, and they are smarter than the individuals themselves who are going through this life. And so I cannot and will not support this legislation. And I ask that none of us support this legislation and begin to think more critically about the implications of pieces of legislation like this that other people already marginalized, that work to oppress people who already face so much oppression. This is not the type of legislation this body should be passing or spending attention and having to give so much attention to, even in defense of them. When we have issues that we need to be dedicating ourselves to, that deserve our attention, that deserve our conversation, that could help protect people in our communities furthermore. That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be focusing on, and not othering or separating people in our society.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I will point out that sometimes you have to love others enough to tell them the truth. Secondly, Representative, let me respond to your arguments on both a legal level and a policy level. As a matter of law, the term sex appears in our Tennessee code over 200 times. We've got 71 titles in our code, and you'll find the term sex used more than 200 times from Title I all the way through Title 71, from 1796 all the way to the present. And when this body has used the term sex in the Tennessee Code over the years, it has, in fact, referred to one's biological sex. It has meant male or female. It has meant men or women. It has meant boys or girls. It's only been within the last 2 minutes of human history that anyone has doubted, much less advocated, that there are only two sexes, male and female. And so when a court were to look at any of the terms used in the code today, it would already conclude that when this body used the term sex, it was referring to male or female, man or woman, boy or girl. What this legislation simply does is provide clarity to any courts out there anywhere, state, federal, or otherwise, that when this body has used the term sex historically in our code, it has referred to man or woman, boy or girl, male or female. Now, on a policy level, I'll point out to you, Representative, that is good policy. Human sexuality finds its fulfillment in marriage and family. A man's body by itself provides no meaning. A woman's body by itself makes no sense. It's only when you have a union, a communion of the male
Also,
and the
Representative Jones, you have a point of order.
His theological views are not on the bill. His definition of what is fulfilling marriage, I mean, this is not on the bill. This is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, and it's out of order. And I hope that you will consistently apply the rules and bring this House back into order.
All right, Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm simply responding to the representative from Shelby County's remarks that lasted 5 minutes and covered many issues. And so what we see is that for all of human history, we have had this dynamic, this primordial wonder where you can take a man and a woman, and in communion, they can actually produce another life. It's a life-giving relationship. That is the policy that this statute recognizes, that this bill recognizes. And I will point out, Representative, that marriage and family is the remedy to most of what ails our society and our civilization. It is the best answer we have to poverty. It is the best answer that we have.
Representative Bolso, hang on. Chairman Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, which is a question or a statement about the way things should be done in this debate. His theological views are not pertinent to the definition of sex in this context. And to going off basis and talking about marriage and so forth like that, that isn't even in the purview of this conversation. So I would ask the Speaker, please instruct Mr. Bolso, stay on the legislation so we can have a thoughtful, courteous debate, which is going to possibly detrimentally impact thousands of Tennesseans.
All right, Representative Bolso, stay within the realms of the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so what this bill does is it recognizes the importance of the family, which is the bedrock of our society and our civilization. And attempts by others to undermine the family through legislation and otherwise is frankly what is at the root of this plague of violence that is across our entire nation right now.
That was out of order. Next on the list, Representative Ritchie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question's been called. There's objection. There's objection. Mr. Clerk, we're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 62, 26 nays, 1 for, present, not voted.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1440, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Butler, aye.
I think he's yelling.
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 71, 21 nays.
Senate Bill 1440, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare pass without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Representative Powell, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that I was on the committee that went through, and the question was called before any debate was allowed. We had one person speak on a very substantial bill that we referenced. This has been in the code the way it has been since the beginning of our statute was established. We just changed that with a piece of legislation, and one person was allowed to speak. Again, I would ask, please, members, let us all debate this legislation. That if both sides think are important, we should hear the debate. And that's all I'll say. I was in the committee and I talked to leadership about that, not being able to speak and to give my views. And yet again, we were silenced. I just want to make that point, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your consideration.
Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Thank you, Speaker. I want to inquire of the clerk in Mason's rules, section 60, 1 and 2. Could you share that, or would you prefer that I share it?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, for clarity, is the representative section 60 amendability of proposals?
Representative Hardaway.
I'm looking at Mason's, section 60, right to debate.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, in the current edition of the Mason's Manual, section 60 is amendability of proposals.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. In that case, I'm going to assist the clerk with the speaker's permission. Section 60, right to debate. Before the members of any group can reach intelligent decisions, it is necessary that they understand the subject upon which they are making a decision and the effect of any decisions they are making. To accomplish these purposes, an opportunity is given for debate on all questions of business to be decided. As an essential part of this free discussion, every person must have a right to present that person's own views for the consideration of other members of the group, to have the opportunity to persuade them to that person's way of thinking and to be able to listen to the arguments of others. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that our colleagues would consider these rules under which we operate as we move forward. Thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Point of order, we have literally spent more time today debating the ability to debate than we have actually debating. If we'll stay on the issues, I bet we'll be able to get it done.
One point of order. Out of order. Mr. Clerk. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1043 by Representative Bricken relative to Tennessee Sports Gaming Act. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1230.
Representative Bricken moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1230 without objection. So ordered. Representative Bricken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of Senate Bill 1230 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bricken moves passage of Senate Bill 1230 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For members, especially new members, back in 2019, we passed the Sports Gaming Act. The act became effective in November of 21. It is estimated that on an annual basis, the state of Tennessee will get around $60 million from sports gaming each year. When the act was passed, 80% of the proceeds of the gambling proceeds will go to the lottery trust. 15% of the proceeds will go to your local governments for infrastructure. And 5% will go to the Department of Health for treatment of gambling addiction. So again, that's just the background. This bill simply, and fortunately, the 5% going for gambling addiction, the Department of Mental Health has not needed all that funds. So all this bill simply does, in order of priority, for the Department of Mental Health will use that 5% first for gambling addiction treatment. If any funds are left over, will go to juvenile addiction and mental health treatment. And with that, I'll renew my motion.
Representative Bricken renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones, you have a discussion on the bill or point of order?
A parliamentary inquiry for the clerk, Mr. Speaker, that I was trying to get recognized on.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please read Article 1, Section 2 of the state constitution?
Mr. Clerk.
Article 1, Section 2. That the government being instituted for the common benefit, the doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. In a body where we see arbitrary abuse of power, how do we resist? As our state constitution tells us that it's our responsibility to resist this arbitrary power and oppression and the silencing of dissent. How do we exercise this right as members of this legislative body, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Article 2, Section 12, each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior with concurrence 2/3, expel a member, but not a second time for the same. The first part of that, each house may determine the rules of its proceedings. This house has determined its rules, and we have a Rule 36 that allows for previous question when demanded for by 2/3 of the members present.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you please read Article 2, Section 27?
There's objection. There's objection to that not being a parliamentary question, so we are on the board. All those who say it is a parliamentary question, please vote aye when the bell rings. Those who do not believe, please vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 21, 68 nays.
It's not a parliamentary question. We're on discussion of Representative Bricken's bill. Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I talked with you in committee, I applauded your efforts to pull this money out back in 2019. I think it was a extremely wise decision to ensure that we're putting money back in because all personalities are not the same, and some people have a more addictive type of tendencies. And I further thank you for after evaluating, how the money's being spent and giving it a good amount of time for seeing that there is probably going to be an excess to the gambling addiction people, taking that next level, and that is our children and our kids that may have some of the issues. So again, I just thank you for bringing this bill, and I think this is going to be an ever-evolving process. Who knew what sports wagering was going to generate for the state of Tennessee? And as we get those funds, and I'm sure that we're going to start to do some really good things with this. These voluntary funds. So thank you for the bill.
Representative Brigham.
Thank you for those remarks.
Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Representative Bricken. We know the troubles that our students are having coming back from COVID. The mental health issues are escalating, the violence, the disorder in our classrooms, and taking this money that's not being used and repurposing it for that. I applaud you for that, and I thank you for that. I think is putting this money to good use. Just a question for clarification, the money that in the gambling proceeds that is allocated to the lottery for education, that's still, that is not being touched, is that correct?
Representative Brigham.
That is 100% correct.
Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1230, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Powers, aye. Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, 4 nays.
Senate Bill 1230, having received the Constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most considered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 814 by Representative Davis relative to fire safety for mobile food units.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 814 on third and final consideration.
Representative Davis moves passage. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes a technical correction and changes the word food truck to mobile food unit. And with that, sir, I move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What House Bill 814 does is it creates a state fire permit for these mobile food units in order to demonstrate fire safety and electrical code compliance to local governments. So a local government will recognize that state fire permit. And this is to help those food truck mobile owners that have multiple food unit trucks in order to not have to take a day away from their busy schedule to go to that locale and get inspected. So this allows that portion to, with regard to the state fire permit, to allow to cover that local fire permit requirement. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Davis renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? See none. Any objection to the question? See none. All those in favor of House Bill 814 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As there member votes, there may change vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, nays 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 814 having received the Constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1085 by Representative Gillespie relative to taxes.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Just, ow. Sorry.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 1085 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does is it will continue the taxes that are collected at FedEx form to continue for until 2025 or 2059. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1085 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 78, 11 nays, 2 present, not voting.
House Bill 1085, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 607 by Representative Hale, relative to prior authorization. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Hale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 460.
Representative Hale moves substitute and form Senate Bill 460, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 460 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hale moves passage of Senate Bill 460 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 460 prohibits insurance companies and TennCare from requiring prior authorization for the repair of power and manual wheelchairs. This bill was brought to me by the Tennessee Disability Coalition on behalf of their members and constituents. This covers basically from year 2 when the warranty expires up to the 4th or 5th year, which is the normal life of the chair. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Hale renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 460, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 460, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 125 by Representative Leatherwood, relative to trailers. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitute and conform Senate Bill 0469.
Representative Leatherwood moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 469, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Leatherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0469 on third and final consideration.
Representative Leatherwood moves passage of Senate Bill 469 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Shirley Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill exempts the retail sale of personal use trailers that are removed from Tennessee for use in another state within 3 calendar days of purchase. It again exempts them from the sales and use tax. We already do this on commercial trailers, motor vehicles, and boats. And so this bill just adds personal use trailers to that exemption. I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 469 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91 nay.
Senate Bill 469, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 248 by Representative McCalman, relative to criminal offenses against persons. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 213.
Representative McCalman moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 213, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 213 on third and final consideration.
Representative McCalman moves passage of Senate Bill 213 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought to me by my late DA in Williamson County. Essentially, what it does is it says if you are convicted of domestic assault, you will spend at least 30 days in jail. If in the process of that you strangle the victim of that assault unconscious, the DA has the opportunity to pursue attempted homicide against you. If the victim of that assault is a pregnant woman, it moves to a Class B felony. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate it and appreciate the legislation. There's an example that I have, and then there are a couple of things in this amendment that I like, and then some things I have significant questions about. One is it adds a requirement that the sentence of a person convicted of domestic assault involving strangulation or attempted strangulation include participation in programming that is evidence-based for domestic violence. I think we can all agree that that's important. But two is has as that an aggravated assault involving strangulation or attempted strangulation in which the victim of the offense lost consciousness due to strangulation may be prosecuted as attempted second-degree murder or attempted first-degree murder. And so we're increasing penalties here. And then under present law, aggravated assault that involves strangulation or attempted strangulation is a Class C felony. This amendment enhances such offense to a Class B felony if the victim is pregnant at the time of the offense. And 4, prohibits the release of a person charged with aggravated assault or assault against a first responder or nurse involving strangulation on the person's own recognizance or upon execution of an unsecured bond. This amendment requires a magistrate to require a person charged with such offense to post bail. So one is a case that happened in Memphis that I want to know how this would fit within this. It was not an issue of domestic assault. In fact, I don't want to talk about this, but it was a sexual act that was happening and someone died, right, because of strangulation. Would they be being penalized under this? And the name was Vern. It's the issue of Vern Braswell.
Representative McCallum.
No, Representative. This speaks strictly to domestic assault.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. The next question I have is the requirement of a magistrate to require a person charged with such offense to post bail. People who have money can post bail, right? If they assaulted a nurse or a practitioner, what do you have here? You say if they assaulted a first responder or something like that, they could post bail, committing the same crime, but they could post bail and go home. But if you're poor, commit the same crime as a rich person, you can't post bail and go home. Why do you think that's fair?
Representative McCallum.
I'd make the argument that that's a separate issue. We're comparing apples to oranges there. This is domestic assault within the home. I believe that if you raise your hand against your spouse, you should come down hard on you. So.
Representative Pearson.
Hey, I totally agree. Okay, I am against domestic violence, against domestic abuse completely. I do not think people who do that should ever be given such leniency as some folks are given because of race or because of their pedigree or their positions or anything like that. And so we're aligned on that. Here's where, and just make sure we're on the same amendment. On Amendment 1 and number 4 in this piece of paper, it says it prohibits the release of a person charged with aggravated assault or assault against a first responder or nurse involving strangulation on the person's own recognizance or upon execution of an unsecured bond. This amendment requires a magistrate to require a person charged with such offense to post bail. I'm saying, if this is as severe as one saying, a rich person would be able to post that bail after they committed this crime. A poor person would not. And so there's an inequity that we're legislating. Is this not a part of the legislation?
Representative McCallum.
I'm sorry, Representative. I am trying to find what part of that amendment are you referencing, sir? And what amendment number?
Representative Pearson.
Good question. Right here is 4. It just has a section 4 on this paper.
Representative McCallum.
I guess let me clarify my question. Where are we referencing first responders?
Representative Pearson.
We can talk about this after if you want to roll for a second. What I'm looking at is the overarching areas of the amendment. Is there not in this legislation, and maybe this is just some old information related to amendment number 1, Is there no mention of bail in this legislation?
Representative McCallum.
Bill simply says if you're convicted, you can't be released on your own recognizance. It doesn't deal with anything other than conviction of a domestic assault, strangulation, and evidence-based training. But there's nothing specifically with regards to first responders, and we can happy to look into that later. But that's not spoken to in this bill, no, sir.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say that this legislation is an excellent piece of legislation. Tennessee is consistently ranked in the top 5 domestic violence deaths in our nation. Strangulation is a very serious offense. When you put your hands around someone's neck and cut off their airway, you are doing so with the intent to cause serious bodily injury or even death. And so thank you for this. I'm hoping that legislation such as this will help curb some of our domestic violence deaths and injuries that we see across our state. So thank you.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Chairman Doggett, for those comments.
Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. That's cool. All those in favor of Senate Bill 213, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 213, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1135 by Representative Miller and others relative to retirement benefits.
Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1135 on third and final consideration.
Representative Miller moves passage. Public Secretary. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 rewrites the bill. We'll defer to Representative Miller for further explanation. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption of amendment number 1. Public Secretary. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1135 is amended by inserted language being submitted by the member immediately before the language as required by the Board of Trustees of the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System. Pending any questions, I move passage. I renew my motion.
Representative Miller renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1135 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 11 nays, 7 present, not voting.
House Bill 1135, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 254 by Representative Raper and others relative to property tax relief.
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 254 on third and final consideration.
Representative Raper moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Move to adopt. Defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill references property tax reimbursements for the elderly and low income. Reimbursements are paid on the first $27,000 set forth by the General Appropriations Act on full market value. This bill would raise the amount from $27,000 to $40,000. This bill would
target our most needy groups, one of our most needy groups that are mostly on fixed incomes, and we would be giving back to them with these tax cuts. Also, I want to reference Representative Love on his good bill, and if this passed, would align, and it would give not only those that are in property tax relief, but also property tax freeze. It would, in both categories, it would give relief to those citizens. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Raper renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 254 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
House Bill 254 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1144 by Representative Vital relative to school buses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 815.
Representative Vital moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 815, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 815 on third and final consideration.
Representative Vital moves passage of Senate Bill 815 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1144, Senate Bill 815. This bill helps small-scale independent school bus contractors who provide reliable transportation for Tennessee's children in 42 school districts. Most of these school bus contractors own and operate only a single bus. Currently, contractors who work for the school district pay approximately $250 a year to register their bus, whereas the school bus district pays about $5. This bill creates parity for counties and first school bus contracted buses by lowering the annual title fee for the first bus to the county rate. This bill does not affect all contracted buses, only those used exclusively for academic and school-based activities, and only the first bus for those contractors. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Vital renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 815 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 815 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd make a motion to take up item number 64, House Bill 976 at this time, and that's merely out of respect of the firefighters that are here in the audience right now.
You've heard the motion. Properly second. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 976 by Representative Garrett and others relative to firefighters. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 856.
Representative Garrett moves past this, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk. Oh, sorry. Representative Garrett moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 856. Proper motion, probably seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage of Senate Bill 856 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 856 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Any without objection. Representative Garrett. Next.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to do my best to present this without attaching the motion that comes with this particular legislation. This is the James Dustin Samples Act. This is a piece of legislation that has been worked on by this legislature for the past 5 years. And while we have many members here standing in the well, we have many co-sponsors on this piece of legislation, it certainly wasn't the concept of this particular legislation that got this legislation to the floor today. I want the members to recognize that this legislation was always held up because it wasn't funded, because we thought it was potentially too expensive to take care of those folks that take care of us. And I want you to know that this legislation was not in the governor's proposed budget. It was not in the governor's supplemental budget. This legislation was funded by everyone that's looking at me right now and everyone that's across this chamber in the Senate. This was a legislative initiative to fund this piece of legislation. So, with that, for the folks on our finance committee, for the folks from the finance committee in the Senate, and all folks that have signed on as co-prime sponsors of this legislation, I know that I thank you, but I know those folks that are above us in the gallery to my right that put on the uniform every day to go to harm also thanks you for this piece of legislation. So let me tell you what it does. We honor today some state troopers in the well at the beginning of session today. And while I did not know Dustin, who was from Cleveland, Tennessee, that this legislation is named after, I bet there is a person that you are imagining right now in your district that's a firefighter that you have a relationship with. I know that you're visioning that person. Well, that's what this legislation is about. We don't have to know a particular person to realize the risk, the danger, the sacrifice that our firefighters endure every single day for a call that they get that they don't know what that call is going to look like. And what that call might look like is a wreck where there's a child that's severely injured. That firefighter may have a child that's that same age and has to have that image in their mind for the rest of their life to potentially save that life. And the way our laws currently exists now, there's a stigma. All of us have weakness. All of us don't want to tell someone that we're hurting, that our mind is messed up, that we can't sleep at night, that we have nightmares of what happens each and every day. We don't have to live that life as members of this body or in my other life as a lawyer. We don't have to go to bed knowing what we're seeing every day that we're called upon to save lives and how we can't function later. We can't be a good husband. We can't be a good wife. We can't be a good grandfather. We don't deal with that stigma. So what this legislation removes, what this legislation does that all of you are supporting is that firefighter, that person that goes up to that scene, it's automatically presumed that any post-traumatic stress that they have as a result of that accident relates to the job that we've asked them to do. That's what this legislation does. And see what is going to happen from this legislation becoming law when our governor signs it, is that they can get the treatment initially. They don't have to go to a body and say, I am depressed, I can't sleep, I can't function as a husband, as a wife, I can't be a father to my children, I can't be a mother to my children, and have a body like this say, you can't get the services that you need because you have to prove it this particular instance. This legislation allows the stigma for our firefighters to serve without embarrassment of the stuff that they witness when they go to the fire, to the danger, and try to save lives. So Mr. Speaker, we have.
All right. You're 5 minutes. Hang on. We got to deal with the amendment. Call up the First Amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment
Chairman
Number 1.
Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Thank you. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Garrett, was there something else you'd like to say, sir?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Clemens. Today, this legislation is named after James Dustin Samples, and I want to tell you a little bit about him. He was a firefighter in Cleveland for 22 years, served his city in a capacity that I could never imagine. And I don't know if his widow, Jennifer, who is here, Jennifer, she's right in between the columns there. For 5 years, she has pursued the 303 project to this day, and this day it's here on the floor. One thing that has moved me is when you testified in one of our committees that y'all's daughter now wants to become a firefighter. I don't know about you, but I think that's pretty cool. I said to them earlier, before we gathered here, and I hope my time, that I had a Dalmatian when I was a kid, the worst dog I've ever had. But when you are a child, when you are in 7th or 8th grade and you see a fireman or a police officer, man, y'all look really cool, you know? And it's the kids that want to go in that profession because they want to see service above themselves. And that's what I think about that our firemen is, and our firemen do, firemen, men and women, that inspire a generation to be called by their community to serve and protect those that need it. Ms. Samples, you have carried on a legacy beyond Dustin, beyond your child and her children to come. And I'm extremely proud of you and the firemen and women that stand with you today to pass this legislation on this floor. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Garrett, I really appreciate that description. Had an opportunity to meet with the firefighters out in the Legislative Plaza. I want to take an opportunity to thank the chairman of finance, who we've had this discussion many times over the last several years, and to Patsy and to Gary's commitment to making sure this happened this year was phenomenal. And so thankful to them, and of course to our Senate colleagues and to all of you. But I had the opportunity 3 years ago to meet with the Cookeville Police Department lieutenant named Paul Parrish, who is up there today. And he shared with me his own personal story and why this bill was so important. And so, Paul, thank you for advocating for those firemen in Cookeville in our district. Appreciate you being here today. And this is not just for you also, but for all of our firemen. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 856 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? All right. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 856, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 100 by Representative Stevens relative to litigation tax.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 100 on third and final consideration.
Representative Stevens moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Be adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 100 removes the state litigation tax from adoption cases, and it does not affect the local litigation tax. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Stevens renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 100 as amended, vote aye as the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change your vote? Glenn, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
House Bill 100 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. The most reconsider is tabled. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up the House message calendar.
Heard motion, probably second without objection. So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 12 by Chairman White relative to education, Mr. Speaker, on April 20th, 2023. The Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our action in passing Senate Bill 12.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our action on Senate Bill 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 12 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage. Vice Chairman Slater, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our action on amendment number 1.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. Vice Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw amendment number 1.
Is there objection? Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion for passage of Senate Bill 12 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White renews his motion. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you explain what form the bill is currently in after those procedural maneuvers? Thank you.
Chairman White.
Yes, sir, Leader Clemens. This is the bill that we had a couple of days ago on the ESA, Education Savings Account. The original form of the bill was Hamilton County only. That is what the Senate is approved only. So we're going to concur with the Senate. The bill will only be Hamilton County.
Any further discussion? All right. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with the Senate halfway. I do appreciate them taking one of the two counties that they added. However, I still don't think this bill goes far enough. I will renew my plea to the fact that this pilot program needs to run its course. I think the Senate saw that somewhat, probably had a reluctant member or two, but this was a 2019 pilot project. To bring everybody up to speed. I don't think I can't even hear myself talk. And I got the microphone. This was an opportunity to run a pilot project in 2 of our urban counties. And we've not done that yet. So I do appreciate the Senate taking one of those counties off. To the sponsor, would you entertain taking both counties off and asking the Senate if they would consider that? I'm betting that would probably pass the Senate.
Chairman White.
Thank you. No, sir. This was the bill originally that I received from the Senate sponsor, and they sent it back on this way, so I will honor that, and I would like to request that we pass this reconsideration.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman White. I just want to express concern on the process in regards to persons in the district where those schools are located. In reality, were not consulted, including the representative of those persons. And for one individual in another body to determine what the future will be in regards to schooling in this district, I think is totally inappropriate. And I would ask if we would consider removing Chattanooga from this list, because it's not speaking to the interests, the concerns of the people in the sense that we're not consulted. Someone feels they know better than the people who were impacted than the people themselves. So I too would like to ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would give consideration to removing Chattanooga from that list.
Chairman White.
Thank you, sir. As you know, every legislation has to have a Senate and a House sponsor, and a citizen of Hamilton County brought this bill out, and so they asked me in the House to carry it on the House side. So I am carrying it for a citizen of Shelby County on their behalf. Excuse me, of Hamilton County.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A citizen, well, yes, he would be a citizen of Hamilton County, but a legislative person in the Senate. That's what you're speaking of, right?
Chairman White.
Correct.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make that clear so my people will understand that also.
Yes, sir. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To sponsor, are highway dollars linked to education in any way?
This is on the amendment to remove Knox County out of the, this is a message calendar. We're not on the bill. We're actually on the amendment about removing Knox. Representative, we removed the Senate amendment. We're back on the House amendment, but we're under message. Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, I would just, so we're keeping Hamilton in, correct?
Chairman White.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Representative Mitchell.
So yeah, I was just looking at, I was curious that Hamilton was getting 2 times the per capita amount of everyone else in highway dollars. And this bill seems to be going through. So it's kind of curious, what kind of deal was cut, but all right, thanks.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, we're taking Knox out, correct?
Chairman White.
That is correct. What came back from the Senate was the original bill. Knox is out, and it's only Hamilton County.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. And if my memory serves me correct, I think overall we've had about 500 students statewide so far to get involved with this voucher bill, to take advantage of the voucher bill.
Chairman White.
That is correct.
Representative Parkinson.
So is it the intent, because there's been dismal participation, to expand it into Hamilton County because no one wants to do this, or no one cares about this voucher bill? What's the intent?
Chairman White.
No, sir, that's incorrect. The reason, because it was tied up in court for 2 years and just released 8 months ago. So therefore, it was a slow rollout. The Department of Education had to then put everything back in place. So it's just been a slow rollout the first 8 months. Right now, I think up to maybe 2,000 people, another 1,500 have started the application process.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that was my next question. What is your expected projection for Hamilton County in enrollment?
Chairman White.
I have no idea. The cap is 5,000, so we're just giving the people options that want it.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you can, how many are currently enrolled in the voucher program now?
Chairman White.
It's my understanding about 500.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So 1/10 of what was the cap. So 1/10 of the cap has been enrolled, and we're expanding it into another county, into Hamilton County, when we've only received 1/10 of the participation so far.
Chairman White.
Thank you. And you're talking about the original bill, which we have passed. We're just back coming to the removing Knox County.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Chairman White. I have to talk about that in order to talk about the expansion of it, which is what we're doing. And so in order to bring context to the expansion, I have to talk about where we are, because we're expanding under this message. We're expanding. We took the 2 biggest counties and put this program in it, and it performed dismally because nobody wants to be involved in it. And so now we're expanding this program into another large county, but it just makes it appear we're expanding it because nobody was interested in the first 2 largest counties.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you're making your assumption. That is not correct. This is an opportunity that we're putting out in these areas for those parents who would like to have the opportunity. Hamilton County has 3 priority schools, and this is giving those children opportunity.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that, Chairman White, but again, I go back to what Representative Hakeem said, that nobody came to talk to him, and his schools are the ones that are being affected. And if there was no interest, because my schools were affected in Shelby County, and apparently there was not a lot of interest in doing this. Maybe we should look at expanding it into some of these rural communities where they're excited about it, instead of taking it into these urban communities where they lack the enthusiasm about your voucher program that takes public funds and sends it to private entities and private schools. And if the private schools were so benevolent, they would just reduce their prices so that these poor Black kids can go into their schools. Oh, that question mark.
Chairman White.
I appreciate your comments. I read my motion.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got 30 seconds left. So, Chairman White, this is a bad bill. This is a bad idea. This takes public dollars away from public schools and gives it to people who are trying to make profits off of the heads of Black and brown and poor children. It's a bad idea. It's a bad look. Thank you.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman White, thank you for bringing this bill. During the previous conversation, there were several points that were brought up. Just wanted to elaborate on. This program was held up in the court system, and it didn't get approved to be able to move forward until just shortly before the school semester started. Is that correct?
Chairman White.
Yes, 8 months ago, and so it has a slow rollout. That's why we've only been able to get 500 in so far, but we're putting the opportunity out there. Thank you.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you. So since it was held up, that's what limited folks from being able to participate. So that's not a barren, like any type of gauge on whether it's been successful or not. If anything, I think 500 families deciding to send their kids through this particular program in that short period of time shows that it's something that is needed. And with an additional 1,500 families, I don't believe that the number is 1,500 students. There's 1,500 additional applications from family members. So that shows the increased desire for folks across this state. And now we're expanding another one. An important component of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is so that we can get this data to show either A, how well it's working, or B, how well it's not working. But we can go all the way up to that 5,000 student mark, correct?
Chairman White.
Thank you. I agree absolutely with your comments. Thank you very much.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. I support the bill.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Who called? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear him call your name. Okay, Representative Hakeem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Chairman White, I heard you say that you were, in this instance, dealing with Hamilton County, you were giving the people what they want. Now, to my knowledge, there's one individual in our legislative body who have encouraged you to move in this direction that you're talking about, including Hamilton County. How can that one individual speak for the people of Hamilton County? Please.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The same way you, sir, speak for. And if you look on the sign-on list, there's other people from Hamilton County who have signed on to this legislation. We are representative government, and so we are here discussing this. It was brought to us by some representatives and from the House and the Senate, and we are moving it forward at their request. As I mentioned the other day, I'm a big supporter of parents' right to choose what is best for their child's education, and I'm standing here advocating for that.
Representative Hakeem.
Okay. So it's irrelevant what the representative for those schools has to say on this issue. What other representatives have to say, it has more weight with you than the representative who represents those schools.
Chairman White.
Representative, I love you. Your words, not mine. No, sir. It's not true.
Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of other questions. One, in regards to potential loss of monies, if those children leave the public or charter schools and go to a private school, does the money follow the children? And if so, what is the impact on the schools that they have left?
Chairman White.
In the original legislation in 2019, we hold harmless the public schools for 3 years. They continue to get the money just like the child was there. We did that intentionally to protect on the thing. Now, once 3 years is up, it's just like a child moves away or moves in and out of our state or anywhere else, goes to a different district, then the schools only get the funding for the children that are going to in that particular school.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, so if I'm understanding what you're saying, the schools that we're dealing with, the 5 schools that are being proposed, those are the only instances where children have the option to leave a school and go to a private school, or does this apply to Hamilton County in general schools?
Chairman White.
It applies to Hamilton County, sir.
Representative King.
Thank you. Now, the wording I saw, it was dealing with the 5 schools, but now you're telling me that is any school, any child can leave public schools who are in this category and go to, I'm gonna say, a private school. Am I correct on that?
Chairman White.
Only those students who fall in the, as I mentioned the other day, the income range. This is, you have to have a district or a county that has 3 or more priority schools, and they have to fit within the income level of twice that of those if you receive the free lunch program. So it's designed for those students who don't have the opportunity to make a choice. And so that's why I'm such a big advocate of this, to help those students who are at least capable of having a choice.
Representative King.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the reality of it is the demographics, Black and brown children are those who are going to be leaving these schools. And it's not just the 5 schools we're talking about. We're saying any school. Am I correct?
Chairman White.
You talk about any school. These are schools which have to be certified and qualified by the state, not just any. When we designed the legislation back in 2019, we were very emphatic that we did not want any school popping up as a result of this legislation. So you had to be a certified 1, 2, or 3 category private school. These that are authorized by the state that are high performing.
Representative King.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question was,
That was 5 minutes. Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 12, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 57, 27 nays, 5 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 12, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 988 by Representative Beck, relative to landlord and tenant. Mr. Speaker, on April 19, 2023, the House refused to recede from its non-concurrence and appointed a conference committee.
Representative Beck, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This came back from the Senate. We named the bill for my constituent, Miss Norma Jean Upshaw, who was displaced at the age of 80. The Senate, unfortunately, would not work with us on the number of days of notice. So it goes back to the original bill of the Senate of 60 days. And I move that we adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House.
Representative Beck moves adoption of the conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of conference committee report, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 85, 4 nays.
The conference committee report, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted and made the action of the House without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1217 by Chairman Zachary, relative to public funds and financing. Mr. Speaker, on April 20th, 2023, the Senate refused to recede from its adoption of Senate Amendments 1 and 2.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our actions in non-concurring in Senate Amendments 1 and 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendments number 1 and 2.
Chairman Zachary moves to concur in Senate Amendments 1 and 2. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendments? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Amendments 1 and 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment 1 and 2, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1342 by Chairman Vaughn and others, relative to economic and community development. Mr. Speaker, on April 19, 2023, the House refused to recede in its non-concurrence and appointed a conference committee.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy lunchtime to everyone. This is the card check bill. The Senate had wanted to carve out the entire mega site, including all future users, not just Ford and SK. We had held that only Ford and SK should be carved out. The middle ground that we reached was we're going to exempt the entire mega site for 1 calendar year. And so that's what the conference report reflects. And I move we adopt that conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Mr.
Chairman Vaughn moves to adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Any discussion? Representative Powell.
Sorry, you referenced at the beginning of your comments it was a card check bill. Is that still a part of the bill?
Chairman Vaughn.
Yes, this is only dealing with the exclusions that were contained in that legislation. This deals with who was exempt from that bill. Our version of the bill had SK and Ford excluded from the bill ad infinitum because that contract has already been agreed to. What this does is this adds the balance of the mega site as an exclusion for 1 calendar year.
Representative Powell.
So then, and you said yes to my question. So the card check component is still in there as we originally voted on it. I know you just said you mentioned 2 different companies, but are those still in that? That is still a component of the bill?
Chairman Vaughn.
Yes, sir. That's the main intent of the bill. What this does is this is putting a few carve-outs in it, and that's where it comes from. That was the disagreement between us and the Senate that we have since resolved.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, just making sure. This is the bill that prevents or mandates the type of process a business has to go through for unionization if they receive state funds. Is that correct?
Chairman Vaughn.
That is correct.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I remember being vehemently against this because of the anti-union nature of this bill and how in our state we need to be not just corporation friendly, but we need to be worker friendly in the way that these companies are operating. And I believe the statement that was made when it was initially passed that because the corporation was asking for $500 million of funding or receiving that, we should be able to dictate whether or not they can unionize, or rather the process in which they operate and have operated for a long time. We know the benefits of unions. We know how that ensures economic security. We know how that leads to economic and social justice in ways that we need and that our state should be adopting, like the guaranteeing of minimum wages, guaranteeing safety precautions, guaranteeing benefits of healthcare that come from unionization. And so dictating the process that they have to go through because we disagree with that is wrong. What I'm concerned about with this amendment that you say is it only allows for 1 year of a pass, if you will, for this legislation for going into effect. And so for those corporations, those companies that are still receiving state funds or might receive state funds during their time, do they then lose the funding for the remainder of the time in which they have that agreement around the mega site?
Chairman Vaughn.
I'm sorry. Could you give me just the last part of that again? I didn't know we were going to a question there. Could you give me could you repeat the question portion for me?
Representative Pearson.
That's okay. Stick with me. The companies who do receive funds from the state, after that year, are they no longer eligible for the funds if their unionization is different than what is articulated in this legislation?
Chairman Vaughn.
No, Representative, what happens with this is that during that 1 year period, companies who are awarded this, whatever benefits that ECD may give them, they go under contract and are the awards. And so we're giving them the 1 year for that. They don't have to give them back. What this is doing is this is allowing, it does 2 things. Number one, it allows those who don't believe in their workers having the right to free and private elections, they get a chance to go ahead and commit to the site under the terms that their labor agreement has. And then the benefit that also provides us, and particularly the counties surrounding the mega site, is they have incentive to go ahead and name their tier 1, tier 2 suppliers so that we will know who they are, what they're going to do, and gets them moving towards the ultimate build out of the site, which I think is in everyone's interest.
Representative Pearson.
For those corporations that are in, say, Shelby County and things like this, if they are working with the mega site, they would be able to keep their positive unionization practices for that first year. After that, what happens?
Chairman Vaughn.
Well, if it's a corporation in Shelby County that has, let's say, for an example, a hypothetical would be if someone is going to decide whether or not, this has to do with people relocating as a result of bringing jobs to an area. If they are bringing those jobs to work with the mega site, but are located in Shelby County, this does not apply to them. If they're going to build their campus on the mega site, they have 1 year to get that agreement with economic community development done.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so I'm understanding that companies who have more progressive practices for their employees have 1 year to get into contract with Blue Oval in order to be able to keep those practices intact. After that, folks will be under legislation that's more punitive towards unionization.
Chairman Vaughn.
We'll save that debate for another day.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. Again, I think in the interest of economic justice, economic opportunity, dictating how companies and corporations are supposed to act and how those employees, which have been unionized for a long time, should act because they're coming to the state of Tennessee, and us dictating that because we're choosing to give tax breaks and things like this to them. I think that's wrong. That is not a good use of us using our legislative power to ensure that more people can rise and have economic opportunity and have companies that view and have those beliefs to be in our state because we are doing things that are more aggressive.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we're voting on the majority conference committee report, or majority report, and there's 9 members on that were appointed to that conference committee. Mr. Chairman, were all 9 members of that were appointed to that conference committee present for the conference committee?
Chairman Vaughn.
Mr. Chairman, we had a single issue that we were dealing with, and so as we began to have discussions with the Senate, we reached a compromise. Even just during the conversational point, we alerted our members of our conference committee. We did not have a in-body conference committee meeting. We gained consensus with enough members for the report to be issued.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you. So what I'm understand you to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that not every member appointed to the conference committee from this body was included in those conversations.
Chairman Vaughn.
Some were post agreement. We filled everybody in, yes.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's concerning. We're obviously dealing with something pretty significant here, as my colleagues have raised the fair points of concern about this bill with being anti-union and so forth, and dealing with ECD grants. So I would just ask, if we're going to appoint members to a conference committee, that any conversations take place to reach agreement with the Senate on an issue of debate, that everybody be included, both sides of the aisle who are appointed to that conference committee, in those conversations, and actually have some say in reaching said agreement. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 67, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of the conference committee report vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 67, 23 nays.
The conference committee report, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare adopted and made the action in the House without objection. The motion for reconsider table. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar number 2, House Bill 191 by Chairman Holtzclaw relative to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, on April 20th, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 191 adopted Amendment 3 and passed House Bill 191 as amended.
Representative Pearson, for what purpose?
A parliamentary inquiry. What is a conference committee?
It's fine, members. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, a conference committee is a House committee appointed by Speaker pursuant to motions made on the message calendar, and a Senate committee that is appointed by the Senate. Those members that get appointed to that conference committee have a report created to resolve the 2 differences before the body, and it's signed by the members of the conference committee and submitted to the House.
Representative Pearson.
And with the conference committee, the report is created, like what's the process for that happening?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the language that's agreed to between the House conference committee members and the Senate conference committee members are drafted by legal services and filed with the clerk's office. And these reports are available on dashboard. I believe it's under the supplemental button, I believe, under the bill in dashboard.
Representative Pearson.
But the practice of this House is not that the people who or is the practice of the House that the people who the Speaker assigns and who the Lieutenant Governor assigns actually gather for conversation. That's not typical. This can happen without ever actually meeting.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it may or may not happen that way.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you.
Chairman Holt's call. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to non-concur with Senate Amendment Number 3 on House Bill 191.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 457 by Representative Hakeem relative to sports. Mr. Speaker, on April 20th, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 457 for Senate Bill 773, adopted Amendment 3 and passed House Bill 457 as amended.
Representative Hakeem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have in the Senate Amendment 3, a couple of changes that we had, and basically it encourages all those persons, coaches and others who are involved with the team to get the training that is available at no cost. Only one person on site will be mandatory to get that necessary training. And this includes LEAs all the way to community organizations. As I said, particularly with community organizations, organized sports, the training is available, but everyone is not required to get that training. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do concur with the amendment change from the Senate.
Representative Hakeem moves to concur in Senate Amendment Number 3, party second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment Number 3 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Vaughn, aye. Freeman, aye. Hakeem, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 81, 6 nays.
Senate Amendment Number 3, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 937 by Representative Hicks of Washington on April 20th, 2023. The Senate substituted House Bill 937 for Senate Bill 839, adopted Amendment 2 and passed House Bill 937 as amended.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my understanding that Henry County had a bill for convenience voting, and Washington County had a bill for convenience voting. So what the Senate has done is actually just put Washington County on Henry County's bill and made it one. So with that, I move to concur with Senate Amendment Number 2.
Representative Hicks moves to concur in Senate Amendment Number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment Number 2 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 77, 7 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment Number 2, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 938 by Chairman Grills relative to annexation. Mr. Speaker, on April 20th, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 938 for Senate Bill 851, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 938 as amended.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to non-concur to Senate Amendment Number 1.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes all the message calendars we have on the desk at this time.
We got one that we need to fix. Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider actions in concurring in Senate Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 296.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our action in concurring in Senate Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 296.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to non-concur in Senate Amendment Number 1.
Without objection, we non-concur. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, as I anticipate we are about to take a recess, I want to announce that the Delayed Bills Committee will meet at 2 o'clock today to hear the bills that we've been given notice of.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order for everyone to get a little lunch, I make a motion that we stand in recess until 2:15 today.
Without objection, we're in recess till 2:15.